Good afternoon, everyone. I want to welcome everyone to this afternoon's meeting of the Senate Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Senator Daley? Here. Senator Cannizzaro? Senator Krasner? Here. Senator Steinbeck? Here. Chair Orenshaw?
Present. Please mark Majority Leader Cannizzaro present when she arrives or absent, excused if she's not able to join us today. Before we go into our bill hearings, I wanted to provide a few housekeeping reminders. I'd ask everyone to silence their electronic devices. If someone wishes to testify, please sign in at the table by the door, and please provide a business card, if any, to our committee secretary. For those joining online, please be sure to mute your microphone when you're not speaking to minimize any background noise. When testifying, please turn on the microphone and clearly state your name and affiliation, if any, for the record. Then turn the microphone off each time you're done speaking. If you're going to give paper copies of any handouts, we ask for 20 paper copies here for members of the public. Electronic copies should have been submitted in PDF form to our committee manager 24 hours in advance of the committee meeting. Certainly, many of the issues we discuss in this committee can be contentious, and not everybody agrees on policy issues, but we do expect courtesy and respect in our interactions during the meeting, even if we may not agree with one another's position. We are going to try to make sure everyone gets a chance to speak, whether in person in Carson City, Las Vegas, or on the phone lines. If for any reason someone is not able to provide their testimony, we will accept written testimony that can be submitted to the committee and will be made part of the record. So again, if anyone is not able to get in on the phone lines or to get down to the hearing room in Carson City or Las Vegas, we will accept written testimony on any of the bill hearings we're hearing, and we will make that part of the record. Committee members will be using their laptops to view handouts and other documents, so please do not view this as a sign of disrespect or inattention. We may take agenda items out of order. Public comment will be taken at the end of the meeting. Each person will be limited to 2 minutes, and we will be limiting testimony in support, opposition, and neutral on all the bills to 2 minutes as well. With that, I would like us to begin our hearing on Assembly Joint Resolution 8. I see we have Assemblymember Dahlia here. Thank you very much for joining us. Please come forward, and any co-presenters you'd like to bring up with you. Appreciate you presenting Assembly Joint Resolution 8.
Thank you, Chair. Am I okay to start? Oh, sorry.
Yes, please state your name for the record, Assemblymember. Thanks for joining us, and please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Joe Dahlia for the record, Joedalia. And my apologies to the Chair. I have dragged him away from presenting a bill with my better half, so I apologize for making you spend time with me instead of her. I'm here today.
No apologies needed. Very appreciate all the help, and thank you for being here today, too.
So thank you to the Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair Daley and members of the committee. I'm here today to present Assembly Joint Resolution 8, which proposes to amend the Nevada Constitution to authorize the establishment of a statewide appointed business court. With me here in Carson City to present this measure is Professor Ben Edwards of UNLV's William S. Boyd School of Law, who is our state's preeminent legal scholar in corporate law. I may also be joined by my co-sponsor, Assemblymember Bacchus, at some point. Potentially also former Speaker Richard Perkins, depending on how things go. I have to leave at some point during the hearing, with apologies to the committee.
We understand this is a busy time of session, so again, for everybody watching, sometimes members may have to go present bills and other hearings, and certainly understand if you have to step away. I had to step away from the Assembly Committee you serve on to come up here, so.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. This resolution is in many ways 2 decades in the making. And that's what necessitates this resolution today. AJR addresses those limitations by constitutionally enabling this legislature to establish a statewide business court with appointed judges vetted and selected for their expertise in relevant areas of business law. This court would exclusively handle intra-business and cross-business cases, such as disputes involving shareholder rights, mergers and acquisitions, fiduciary duties, and other similar business disputes. As Professor Edwards will detail, the potential benefits of this court are massive. Chief among those benefits, this will allow Nevada to compete more capably in the multi-billion-dollar corporate filings market by offering greater legal predictability and efficiency. That in turn could lead to more businesses, particularly technology companies we've been trying to recruit for some time, physically relocating here given our substantial commercial real estate footprint and proximity to Silicon Valley. It will also promote expertise and efficiency throughout our judicial system by preventing the commingling of civil, criminal, and business cases. Last but certainly not least, in discussions with stakeholders in the venture capital space, we've repeatedly heard that this court will boost interest in cross-state investments in Nevada-born startups and small businesses, fostering much-needed economic growth and diversification coming from our homegrown talent. In sum, the business court represents a very unique and lucrative opportunity for our state that promotes not only the quality of our judiciary, but also some of our most pressing economic goals. And before I pass the presentation over to my co-presenter, I just want to issue a special thank you to Justice Stiglich, who we met with earlier today and who expressed support for the concept and a willingness to work with us to make sure that the implementation of this bill, which we would likely need to pass an implementation bill in 2027, she's willing to work with us to make sure that is done capably. So with that, and with the chair's permission, I will now turn the presentation over to my co-presenter, Professor Edwards, to provide additional background and walk you through the resolution and our proposed amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember. Good afternoon, Professor Edwards. Thank you for traveling up to Carson City to co-present the constitutional amendment today.
Thank you. My name is Benjamin Edwards, for the record, BenjaminEdwards. Thank you to the chair, the members of the Senate Legislative Operations and Elections Committee for considering this issue. I'm a member of Nevada's Board of Finance and a professor of law at the William S. Boyd School of Law at UNLV, where I teach courses in business law. I'm also a co-author of a treatise on Nevada business and commercial law published by LexisNexis and an editor of the National Business Law blog. I'm here to speak to you today in my personal capacity and not on behalf of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Nevada now stands as a leading contender on a short list of recommended states for business creators. States collect enormous sums of money from business entity fees. Delaware, the national leader, now collects over $2 billion annually in revenue attributable to business formation. In 2024, Nevada collected approximately $211 million from commercial recordings and entity revenue. But Nevada appears to be gaining steam. In April, approximately $94 billion of public company equity announced intentions to move from Delaware to Nevada. Companies picking our state include Affirm, Fidelity National, AMC Networks, MSG Entertainment, MSG Sports, Zoma Royalty, Bayou Holdings, Tempest AI, Roblox, and Sphere. This doesn't include The Trade Desk or TripAdvisor that announced earlier. Those firms are worth $26 billion and $1.7 billion, respectively. This number could go up or down depending on how businesses see the relative benefits of incorporating in Nevada against other states. It's my view that we should do sensible things that make that number go up. And Nevada has substantial room to grow. Every time someone decides to create a Nevada entity instead of a Delaware, Texas, or California entity, it creates more revenue for Nevada. The Delaware Court of Chancery drives much of Delaware's popularity because the global business community trusts the Delaware courts will always have a sophisticated judiciary able to quickly move cases. This amendment aims to make it easier for founders and public companies to pick Nevada with confidence by creating a selection process that will allow outsiders to trust that years from now they will have access to a business law judiciary with deep expertise in business law. Delaware's Chancery Court moves quickly. Recent stats indicate that over 92% of Delaware Chancery Court cases are resolved within 90 days. Statewide Nevada statistics are not readily available, but a records request to the Judiciary Statistics Department revealed that for fiscal year 24, the average time to disposition for the Clark County Business Court, the cases sat at 1,228 days. Fiscal year 23 was better, with an average time of 656 days. We need to give our courts more resources. It is a challenge to move the existing business docket at speed because judges often have to manage other dockets as well. It's incredibly challenging to simultaneously manage a criminal docket, a civil docket, and a business court docket, switching from arraignments to personal injury, then to mergers and acquisitions. This resolution would clear business court judges to focus on business law and get matters resolved. Other states are also moving to compete vigorously for this business by improving their infrastructure and adopting competitive law. Last year, Texas created an appointed business court. Texas business court judges are appointed directly by the Texas governor and serve 2-year terms. I'm pleased to tell you that we led Texas and announced public company moves by 10-2 in April. But Texas did land a very big fish with Mercado Libre. It's a company with a $115 billion market cap. Its proxy statement explained that its board considered, and I quote, the likely relative predictability of Delaware and Texas law based on differences in their judicial systems. Delaware has historically had the most respected corporate judicial system in the country and has an extensive body of corporate case law. Texas has a specialized business court system that opened in 2024 and has a smaller body of corporate case law. This factor did not alter the balance in the board's evaluation of Delaware or Texas. What I take away from this is that companies deciding where to go are looking at the judicial systems in the states. Passing this resolution would create a more stable bench than Texas in two ways. First, it calls for judges to be selected from a list provided by a nominating commission with a range of important stakeholders. Second, it sets terms to 6 years instead of just 2. This means that Nevada would offer a more stable and predictable judicial environment. With that in mind, here are key other provisions of AJR 8. This resolution enables the legislature, to the extent funds are available, to provide for the establishment of an appointed business court. This preserves the legislature's flexibility to appropriate funds where they are most needed, should there be a funding crisis when the amendment passes. The resolution outlines the exclusive original jurisdiction of the business court, focusing on complex business and commercial disputes. It also empowers the chief judge of the business court to transfer matters to other district courts should the matter be more appropriately resolved or adjudicated by another court. It sets the term of office for business court judges at 6 years without any term limit. The resolution preserves the ability of the public to retain a say in the Nevada judiciary through a retention ballot instead of an election process. The resolution also provides for the appointment of a chief judge of the business court by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. It makes necessary conforming changes to other sections of the Nevada Constitution to integrate the business court into our judicial system. I encourage your support for this resolution and welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Assemblymember Dahlia and Professor Edwards. I guess one question I have for Professor Edwards, do you think that if AJR 10 is passed and the voters approve it into the Constitution, that we might see businesses want to come to Nevada to see this kind of a court, kind of like they have in Delaware or Texas, and maybe have more reliable decisions based on business law? Because I think about, I'm not a business attorney or corporate attorney. I'm a public defender. I took one business law class in law school, and certainly I don't think you'd want me writing up a contract or looking at, articles of incorporation or anything like that. But, I think maybe some businesses are scared that they might get, someone who doesn't have that experience in business law or corporate law ruling on some of these very complicated decisions. I just wonder if you could talk a little bit about that.
So part of the advantage Delaware has historically is that their appointed chancery court has a bench full of people with deep knowledge in this area who are practitioners in the space who understand it very well. So the way you're going to present a case to those judges is different than the way you would present a case to a judge, for example, who is a former public defender or didn't have that kind of experience. And so it affects how you litigate the cases, the kinds of experts you need to hire, the work you need to do to get the case through. And it is my understanding that when companies are trying to decide between states, whether there's an appointed judiciary or an elected judiciary is a factor they consider, and they favor an appointed judiciary just because it gives them certainty that the people serving in those roles are going to have the expertise.
Thank you very much, Professor Edwards. Members, any questions either for the sponsor or Professor Edwards? Senator Krasner.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. So my question does go along the same lines as my colleague, Chair Orenshaw. Why are you choosing to have this person appointed, this judge, and not elected by the people? The people are smart. The people like to choose who their elected officials are, and they can certainly look at the qualifications of the business court judge and see if they have business law experience. So I'm just wondering why you chose to do this.
Assemblymember Dahlia, for the record. So this is about conversations we've had with market participants that want to move to Nevada, but they can't get over the fact that there's no guarantee with our current system that the right people will run for office, right? Because the voters can absolutely choose the right people if the right people run. But the type of people who are going to be qualified to serve on a court like this, it's such a small population of our already pretty small legal community. and trying to get them to stomach, I can personally attest to running for office has a number of pain points associated with it. And if you have a very successful commercial litigation career, it's hard to walk away from that to do something like run for office for a job that's going to be a significant salary haircut. So this reduces a friction point. If we want to get the right people on the court, a number of those people are only going to be willing to do it if it's through this appointment system. And we see folks in Delaware who have those qualifications only willing to do it because they have that appointment system. So that's why we chose to go this direction. It's strictly about making sure that the roster of folks who are eligible to be on the court are qualified and making sure we remove that friction point. Thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Senator Krasner? No. Senator Daly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too, I know I spoke with you guys earlier, have some concerns over the appointment process. Not saying I can't maybe find a way, but it's not my favorite or first choice. So a couple of questions. Who appoints in Delaware? Is it the governor or somebody else? Because you have the governor in here. So what do they do in Delaware?
So in Delaware, there's
Benjamin
Edwards, for the record. In Delaware, there is a nominating commission and is appointed by the governor. Delaware serves 12-year terms. Their nominating process is one of the rules they have for it is that there will always be partisan balance on the Chancery Court. So if you have like you normally do in Delaware, you have a Democratic governor, the Chancery Court will include both Republicans and Democrats in Delaware.
Do you have that in this particular bill?
This bill calls for the legislature to set the nominating commission. And so you're going to have the ability, if this passes, to shape the nominating commission to address the concerns you deem most relevant. I would prefer that, but that's going to be, I don't think that's something we necessarily need to put in the Constitution.
Understood. You can't put all of it in the Constitution, just like we can't put everything in statute, which is why we have the regulatory process, and then everybody demagogues regulations. But I'm off subject now. So on your special nominating commission, currently you have, I don't have any issues with the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, the two most populous judicial districts. Are both of those in Clark County, or is there one in the north, one in the south? The two most populous judicial districts?
Assemblymember Joe Daly, for the record. So that's going to end up being Clark and Washoe as the two most populous. And then we're going to want to have a rural influence as well.
So there's not multiple districts in Clark County that are the two most populous?
No.
Question that.
That's fair.
And now currently it says that the Speaker of the Assembly and the Majority Leader in the Senate, and currently both our Speaker and Majority Leader are attorneys. So maybe they have some additional expertise on various things on this nominating commission. I see a former speaker out there. I saw him a minute ago. That's not a lawyer. I don't know if he's got all of the qualifications. So why those two and not somebody that has more subject matter expertise or is going to have that more consistently than whoever the next Speaker or Majority Leader is?
Assemblymember Joe Daly, for the record. Thank you for the question. We had a number of conversations with stakeholders about what this should look like, and I think one of the concerns with the current nominating commission is that there isn't a sufficient. This was a thing we've heard from a couple of folks, that there wasn't a sufficient legislative presence. So our thought process was to give legislative leadership a way to participate in the process, maybe provide a counterbalance. I mean, if point stands, if they happen to not be attorneys, maybe they don't feel comfortable weighing in as heavily in that decision-making process, but our hope is to put as many voices on that committee as is necessary to make sure we're choosing the right people for the governor to possibly choose from.
And I see the subsection F that says additional members as the legislature may prescribe by law, but I can also see where some attorneys may not want to be on this commission in case they ever end up in front of this court. And I don't know if it's the selection process, as the judges are going to know how or what was scored. Probably not. But at the same time, it seems to me that would create some type of a concern. And maybe it's just an appointment by the speaker, an appointment by the majority leader. Then they can go out like everything else. And not everybody wants to be appointed a bunch of stuff, but they can go out and then get some subject matter experts that aren't going to have any type of a conflict, something like that. I'm just asking questions. I know we're getting late in the session. We don't want to mess with things too much. But it seems to me there's other ways. Technical question on this, you mentioned Delaware and some stuff. In this, I believe that, I'm assuming that there's 3 to begin with, and then the legislature can add more if we need more. And they're going to go through this selection process, I'm assuming all at the same time. And it says that they serve for 6 years. How come we're not doing a staggered type situation? So they're not all up at the same time, and then
Assemblymember Joe Daly for the record. I think we're open to a change like that. I don't think that we necessarily need the 6 to line up like that.
Well, the way it's written, it seems to me that you're not going to appoint one and then 2 years later appoint a second one.
Right.
And if they add more, there may get some built-in stagger. But it seems to me that there should be, if this guy's going to get appointed for the 6 years, that as you add them up, that you don't have all. Let's say we get up to 8, you don't have all 8 coming up at the same time because they all got appointed in the same process. Then they're on a 6-year cycle, and either they're going to run again and get their confidence vote, or there's going to be a vacancy and you have to appoint. I'm just wondering why we haven't built in a stagger.
Assemblymember Daly for the record. We're happy to do. I think in our original iteration of the bill, we did anticipate that we would do staggered terms. I think I'd have to double check with legal and look back at the language. I don't think we put in anything there that prohibits us making them staggered in the implementation bill that we would have to pass in the 2027 session or the 2029 session, or whatever session it happened to be the case that we got to that piece of legislation. But we're happy to continue that conversation, and that might be something we could just address in that trailer bill when the time comes.
And aside from the selection committee, and I'm still wrapping my head around that one, I'm just trying to look at some stuff that you would see to say, what can you anticipate that, because you don't want to have to come back once you got this in the Constitution, we have to pass it exactly the same next time. Any changes need to happen this time. So we should work as hard as we can in the time we have left to get it dialed in, address some of these things, that we brought up, anything else we can think of in the meantime, so that next time, unless somebody is wanting to slow it down and kill it, there cannot be an amendment. And you guys are aware of that, I know. If you're not, you learned. But anyway, so just a couple of things that I'll let some other people ask some questions and various things, and I'll continue to look, and you guys will come talk to me later, I'm sure.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Vice Chair Daly, for your excellent questions. Any other questions, members, for Assemblymember Dahlia or Professor Edwards? Thank you very much for your presentations. With that, if you don't mind stepping back, we'll open it up to support for Assembly Joint Resolution 8. I'd like to start here in Carson City. Anyone who'd like to speak in support of the proposed constitutional amendment, please come forward, state your name and organization if you represent any organization. We are limiting testimony to 2 minutes per speaker. Then we'll go down to Las Vegas, then we'll go down to the phone lines.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, it's an honor to be before you this afternoon. For the record, John Sandy, here today on behalf of the Las Vegas Sands. The Las Vegas Sands supports this measure. Our general counsel, Zach Hudson, actually was very involved with the professor and the sponsor in helping craft some of this. He's seen firsthand, I don't know if many of you know this, but Las Vegas Sands actually, against a lot of advice, was organized and formed in Nevada. It is a Nevada company, and they would love to see some of the others join them as being Nevada companies. But in this environment, the advisors, the bankers, everybody almost forces people to incorporate incorporate in Delaware. And I think it's a great opportunity for this state, and hope you look favorably on this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sandy. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Alexis Motorex with the Nevada Chapter AGC, and we are here in support of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record, sir, and proceed.
Hi, my name is Jeff Saling, S-A-L-I-N-G. And thank you, Chair Orenshaw, for having me here. I am for AJR 8. I am one of those people that often force the startups that I deal with, being the co-founder and executive director at Startup NV and several venture capital funds based here in Nevada. There are times when I tell the people that they have to go incorporate in Delaware, because I know the people who fund behind me the next round of venture capital are going to make them do that because of the chancery courts in Delaware and because they have expert business judges that handle these cases quickly with great experience. So you had asked one of the presenters before, can you say for a fact that this would cause more businesses to form and come in Nevada? I can say that for a fact because I'm one of the people who makes the decisions about what companies to invest in and where they're incorporated. And I would love nothing better for us to have our own version of that, of what they have in Delaware, and execute it excellently here in Nevada. It'll be great for us, for our homegrowns, and to bring more people in. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Saling. Thank you for everything you do to bring business to Nevada. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Brian Wachter. I'm the Senior Vice President of the Retail Association of Nevada. I've also been asked to put the Nevada NFIB on the record, as well as the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce, who apologize that they are in other places in the building at the moment. But one of the reasons that we are all supportive of this effort is because there are a lot of plans that you are going to hear about economic development, how to diversify the state, how to make sure that we have the resources and the revenue to be able to provide the government services that your constituents have sent you up here to secure. We think this is a relatively cheap way to make Nevada incredibly attractive to our nation's businesses. We believe that Nevada is a great place to have your business, to work, and to be able to use Nevada employees. And so by passing AJR 8, you are signaling that Nevada is open for business, and that we want to grow into this space, access this billion-dollar market. We think when we bring these headquarters here, not only are we bringing these filing fees, but the chance to actually have brick and mortar headquarters, and to be able to provide new advanced jobs for our children as they're leaving our education system. So for all of those reasons, we strongly urge your support of AJR 8. It'll help us diversify the economy, and it will protect Nevada businesses. And we thank you for your time.
Testimony, Mr. Wachter. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Deputy Deanna Reynolds. I am with the Secretary of State's office, and I lead our commercial recordings division. I want to say that we are very much in support of AJR 8 for many good reasons, which have already been shared. We are currently growing our commercial recordings within the state organically. Having this Chancery Court will help support the work that's being done. Organizations are moving to Nevada because we have such a great legal structure already in place for their protection and for their positive business culture. Commercial recordings provides the third highest revenue in the state of Nevada. DMV is first, and then taxation, and then commercial recordings comes in after that. Our revenue earnings has continued to grow as organizations have relocated here and left Delaware and other places and set up business here. This is good for our children in Nevada, it's good for our community, and it's good for the people that live here. So we're excited to see this bill come forward. I said the wrong word there, but you know what I mean. And we definitely at the Secretary of State's office stand behind this and will help support whatever is needed to make this successful. Answer any questions or volume. Go with that.
Thank you very much, Deputy Secretary of State. Any questions for our Deputy Secretary of State? No, thank you very much. Thank you.
Senator Orenshaw and committee.
I don't see any more testimony and support in Carson City of Assembly Joint Resolution 8. I don't see anybody coming forward in Las Vegas. So broadcasting, if we could go to the phone lines in support of Assembly Joint Resolution 8.
Thank you, Chair. To testify in support of Assembly Joint Resolution 8, please press *9 on your phone or raise hand in your Zoom window to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, this is Andy McKay. I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada Franchise Auto Dealers Association. We strongly support AGR 8 and want to thank Assembly members Dahlia and Backus for sponsoring this, what arguably is a game-changing bill. As Mr. Edwards pointed out during his committee, when companies choose to go to another state other than Nevada, Nevada simply loses out. And having an appointed business court is going to make Nevada more competitive. As Mr. Wachter and Mr. Sandy both eloquently put forth on the record, and we echo those comments, states are looking to emulate what is happening in Delaware and Texas, and we maintain that not only is AGR 8 a wise piece of legislation, quite frankly, it is a necessary piece of legislation. So thank you for your time, Chair Orenshaw and members of the committee, and hope you all have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Chair, members of the committee, on behalf of members and board of the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, this is Samantha Barnes with Clear Nevada. As the regional economic development agency serving Southern Nevada, a key part of our mission at the LVGEA is to extol the virtues of doing business in Nevada to out-of-state companies. AJR 8 is a vital tool in Nevada's efforts to attract and retain businesses. It represents a strategic step forward by the legislature and key stakeholders to enhance, modernize, and strengthen our business entity statutes. We urge the committee to support this effort. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Robert Kim. I have presented before many of you in my capacity as chair of the business law section for the State Bar of Nevada. But I'm here today in my individual capacity as a partner at the law firm of Ballard Spahr and as a corporate M&A attorney in the state of Nevada for over 28 years. I am in support of AJR 8, as has been described by many, as a bill that can definitely move the needle and increase Nevada as a state for incorporation. This bill will do many things, and having an appointed bench will add predictability and efficiency to resolving issues that relate to corporate governance and M&A transactions. And it will help us retain and attract, recruit businesses to stay and come to Nevada. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello, this is Peter Guzman, president of the Latin Chamber of Commerce. Many good reasons that I've already heard that put us in a position to agree. This is a game changer for Nevada. This will absolutely keep our momentum going of Nevada being open for business. In fact, I guarantee you that Delaware is the only one that doesn't want us to do this. I urge you to move this forward and let's get going on it. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, my name is Jonas Waldu, Y-O-N-A-S, last name W-O-L-D-U. Good afternoon, Chairman Orenshaw, and thank you, all members. Yeah, I support AJR 8, so thank you.
Chair, there are no additional colors in support at this time.
Thank you very much, Broadcasting. I'd like to go to opposition to AJR 8. Anyone in Carson City or in Las Vegas who wishes to speak in opposition to the proposed constitutional amendment? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone come forward. Broadcasting, is there anyone on the phone lines who wishes to opposition? Good morning, Your Honor. Or afternoon, Your Honor. Felt like my morning didn't end, so I apologize. Thank you for joining us, Chief Justice. I don't think the mic, now it's on. Thank you, Your Honor.
My name is Douglas Herndon. It's Douglas. Last name is Herndon. I'm the Chief Justice of the Nevada Supreme Court. I appreciate the opportunity to come here today. And what I have to say is less about opposing and more about having some concerns with this as structured. I will say up front on behalf of the court that we very much support the idea of dedicated business court judges, but do have some concerns as to how this would go forward right now. And what I've tried to do since I became chief in January is every opportunity that I have convey to the legislature my desire to continue to improve the relationship of the judicial branch working with the legislative branch whenever we can. So I thought it appropriate to kind of raise these issues now before it gets structured and comes out of one session and goes to another session. But to begin with, we have a concern about the fiscal impact and how that might impact the judicial districts getting judges in the future. Creating judgeships involves also creating staff for those judges. There has to be administration for that. There has to be a clerk's office. There has to be jury services. There have to be marshals. There have to be buildings. By creating a court system that exists outside all of our other court systems and is therefore, by the nature of the way it is right now, untethered to a judicial district, I believe it would fall on the state to do it. He's not an attorney, but he has very valuable insight in what we do. So my concern about having legislative leaders is less about whether they're attorneys or not, and more about mixing legislative branch or what the public considers politics into the judicial selection process. Not saying that you could create a different commission, but I don't know if that's the best way to structure it. And then on election issues, it is not just a disincentive to potential business court judges to have to run for election. It's a disincentive to all of us that want to be judges, no matter what our practice areas are. We think there can be a reasonable conversation about eliminating elections for judges altogether, but creating two classes of judges that get into office in different ways and retain office in different ways, I fear would be creating difficulties that might be unintended. And even retention elections involve judges needing to raise money to advertise themselves to the public and justify their retention. So you're not eliminating that part of it completely. I just feel like the most effective and efficient way to maybe do this is to add judges to the judicial districts where the county is then responsible for all those other staff members, and work with the judicial branch to create defined caseloads for business court judges so they don't have the things that they're having to deal with now outside of their business caseloads. I'll cite the example of construction defect court many years ago. Nevada became a national leader in that. We created construction defect court, defined those caseloads for those judges, and became a model for how courts around the country were handling that issue. We can do the same with business courts. It's just right now we don't have enough judges just to handle solely business court cases, sadly, in either the 2nd or the 8th Judicial District. So I agree, and Justice Stiglitz and I spoke today with Assemblymember Dahlia. We do want to work moving forward, but we think working within what we have now and improving it might be a better and more cost-efficient way to do it on behalf of our state.
Your Honor, thank you very much for your testimony and your input. Any questions for our Chief Justice? Senator Steinbeck.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief Justice. I was just curious if you thought that some of the additional revenue that'd be coming in from the additional businesses and the forecasts that have kind of been laid out would offset those costs that you would have for additional judicial staff.
Additional revenue coming into the state through the general fund to be able. Well, I guess my first instinct would be I don't know that a lot of businesses are going to move here for a prospective business court that has to go through 2 legislative sessions and then in front of the voters and then has a clause in it that says only if we have money can this be created. My sense would be they would kind of want something a little more certain before they moved here and started kind of investing their money into the community, which means it would be significantly down the road. Whereas now, with our business courts that we've already created and are working, if we gave them a little more resources and defined their caseloads to create business-only judges in those districts, that would be seemingly an incentive now for businesses to come. But overall, 30,000-foot view, I would agree. Yes, if businesses are coming into the community and contributing more money, more tax revenue for the state, that could offset costs that would go to funding that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Members, any additional questions? No, it's a pleasure to see you, Your Honor. As an attorney who practiced in front of you, I know you're such a hardworking and fair trial judge, and we appreciate all your hard work on the Nevada Supreme Court.
Neither of us had practice in any way to be business experts, Chair, so thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I appreciate the committee.
Anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition on Assembly Joint Resolution 8? I'm not seeing anyone else come forward, so broadcasting, if we could go to the phone lines. Anyone in opposition to Assembly Joint Resolution 8 who wishes to be heard? And I do see, pardon me, I see Assemblyman Backus. Did you want to make any statements in support? Because after opposition, if you're here, and we'd be glad to have you make a statement.
I just want to make sure it's okay. He had to step out, and I was going to tap in. We're good. I'm going to tap back.
Thank you, Assemblymember Backus. Thank you. And broadcasting, if we could again go to the phone lines.
Thank you, Chair. To testify in opposition to Assembly Joint Resolution 8, please press *9 now on your phone or raise hand in your Zoom window to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. I'm Kimberly Fergus, FER, GUS, and I would like to ditto Chief Justice Hurton. He did a fantastic job pointing out all the legality of this business court proposition. However, I'm a businesswoman of 30 plus years, and I'm going to talk to you as if we're doing a business deal. And the first thing I would ask as a business person, however, I can't read my own script. As a business person, I rise in strong opposition to AJR 8. The resolution proposes a permanent constitutional amendment to create a special business court, but it offers no data, no physical plan, and no justification. So here we go as a businesswoman. Number one, no physical responsibility. There is zero cost analysis. How much will this cost to establish judicial salaries, infrastructure, technology, staff? It's going to cost millions. And the resolution says its money's available. That's not a plan. That's a blank check. Number two, where's the need? There is no data. There's no evidence of a backlog of business cases, no study, no demand shown. Our existing courts handle these disputes every day. If this were truly necessary, we'd start with a pilot program, not a permanent constitutional mandate. Number three, priorities are backwards. Why are we rushing to pass a taxpayer-funded elite court for corporations when we still haven't extended one small business office for the lieutenant governor because we didn't have the money to fund 3 employees? School choice, what happened to that? Or properly support rural courts. Nevada families are struggling, but this bill caters to special interests. This resolution reflects government waste at its worst, creating a court we do not need, with money we do not have, for problems not shown to exist. Stop bringing feel-good, special interest-driven bills that ignore real Nevadans. The appointment of judges, I really have a problem with that. And then here you keep saying Delaware. Delaware is next to D.C. No wonder they're busy. But Nevada, we're still the wild, wild west, and I would like to keep it the wild, wild west. So for this reason, I urge you to vote no and think of this as a physically responsible no on AJR 8. Thank you. Have a good day.
Hello, this is Val Thomason, and I'm speaking for Las Vegas DSA.
Business courts are not neutral. They are political. There is a reason that CEOs like Elon Musk have publicly begged Nevada and Texas to build our own business court. The Delaware court, yes, keeps being brought up. That court ruled against Elon Musk's $56 billion salary. And increasingly, they have made more and more decisions that are putting regular people above CEOs and billionaires. So now those same CEOs are calling them activists and shopping around the country for a new home that's going to give them the prizes that they want. The intended outcome of this bill is a third court that will make decisions that are more in favor of corporate interests than what they're doing in Delaware. When Dahlia said corporations need assurances that the right people will run, well, who do you think corporations think is the right person? It's the person who's going to benefit them most. And those rulings that come out of this court, it would only be the third one in the country. Those rulings will affect the entire country and not just Nevada. We cannot put our search for revenue over the future of the entire country and over the future of all working people. This bill is not about revenue. This bill is yet another attempt to give free gifts away to your billionaire friends. And anyone who does support it is not a friend of working people. Thank you.
Caller, you're unmuted. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the committee and those people in support of this bill as well as those opposed. My name is Chief Judge Lynn Jones, and I am the Chief Judge of the Second Judicial District Court in Washoe County. And although I followed behind Chief Justice Herndon, I am too here not in opposition as much as concern for the mechanism as well as acknowledgement for the hardworking judges that in our district. I want to acknowledge everyone that wants to bring corporations and positive entities and retain them in the state of Nevada, and particularly Washoe County and any other counties. We currently have 3 business court judges, and our local rules require that those business court judges have experience in this area of the law. In fact, the reason I'm appearing now and could not come to Carson is I was handling a very complex, difficult business case. It requires additional filing fees to be in the business court. And I think that to effectuate what the proponents of the bill and realizing that to the process that it has to go through for constitutional amendment, we can help corporations now, and we stand willing to do that. We welcome any support in changing the mechanics of this bill that would enhance our district and our business court judges who currently carry their regular dockets and their business court. So I suppose at the end of the day, I totally echo Chief Justice Herndon that we stand ready to do whatever we need to do regarding our business court and support entrance of corporations. We are a bench that consists both of appointed and also elected, and we are committed to serving not only the individuals in our justice system, but also all of the corporate entities. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ellen Gifford, ELLEN GIFF as in Frank, ORD as in David. I oppose AJR8. No judge should be appointed. Judges are elected by the people. I ask that the legislators look at the Nevada Citizens' public comments on the legislative website. You will find 100% opposition to AJR8. Thank you.
Chair, we have no additional callers in opposition at this time.
Thank you. And if anyone did want to comment and was not able to, written testimony can be submitted, and we will make it part of the record. And I was now going to go to neutral testimony. Anyone who's neutral on Assembly Joint Resolution 8. I'll start here in Carson City, but I don't see anyone coming forward. So down in Las Vegas, thank you for your patience. Please state your name for the record and proceed. Neutral testimony on AJR 8.
CYRUSHOJJATY. I stand in neutral. I think both sides make very excellent positions, so please consider wisely. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Ojadi. Good afternoon, sir. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good afternoon to the committee. My name is Alex Falcone, ALEXFALCONI, the founding director of the R. Nevada Judges Corporation, testifying in neutral. ONJ has been providing coverage of judicial elections since 2014. Nevada has a rich history of judicial elections. I have observed that Nevada's dual approach to the bench has an interesting effect on appeasing judicial candidates, litigants, and the voting public. Some judges and lawyers complain that elections allow bad candidates to take the bench and cause competent judges to lose their seats. Some judges and lawyers also complain that the appointment process is political, unfair, and lacks transparency, and that they appreciate the path of election as another way to the bench. It is also my observation that the government is better at appointing judges than it is removing them, which is something that the electorate is not shy about doing. The retention election approach might be satisfactory. It does appear to give the voters half of a voice, but it may not do enough to vent frustration from lawyers and judges that distrust the appointment process. I also echo the concerns of the Chief Justice on creating a separate Judicial Selection Commission. The legislature may be able to find other ways to resolve concerns over the current judicial approach by narrowing who qualifies for the business bench and encourage better candidates by setting a higher judicial salary. District Court Judges Joanna Kishner and Timothy Williams have been allowing camera access to multiple high-profile cases on the business docket, the complexity of the cases and intensity of the litigation of which is readily apparent, as is the competence and professionalism of the lawyers and expert witnesses. These videos apparently have the attention of the public as well as out-of-state groups interested in the competence of the business bench, and they apparently appreciate being able to review the operation of the court. Like camera coverage, the ready availability of statistics can enhance transparency and encourage the public to support efforts like this to expand the judiciary. I urge the legislature to at some point consider the implementation of software infrastructure, for example, an application programming interface or API. I hope that the information that I have provided is useful to the committee. I have no further comment.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Falcone. Anyone else who's neutral down in Las Vegas who wishes to be heard, please come forward if you want to speak. Don't see anyone coming forward. Broadcasting, could we go to the phone lines? Neutral on Assembly Joint Resolution 8.
Thank you, Chair. To testify in neutral on Assembly Joint Resolution 8, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon. This is Oscar Williams, OSCARWILLIAMS. I had a hard time getting in as opposed, but my comments are really, I think, sort of neutral on the edge. I do agree with the prior speaker, particularly the Chief Justice, a really informative statement that he made. So I guess my questions would be, would this court handle consumer complaints against business? How would the court be limited from handling consumer complaints? Is it going to be all things business or only some things related to business? That's not really clear in what I've read. And will this be covering corporate trustees and corporations involved with guardianships and conservatorships? Now, I have some experience here. I've actually been before the Court of Chancery in the state of Delaware after my grandfather died around 1990, I think, he left some money to my dad, who was a resident of Delaware. Unfortunately, my dad had schizophrenia. He was intestate, and he refused to accept any money. So Citibank Private Bank came in and sued my brother and I to usurp control of those assets, and at very favorable terms that the court agreed to regarding not having to communicate with us, not having to disclose their activities. There was nothing for the spouse, my mom. So my brother and I, we got an attorney, $50,000, and 3 years later, we carved out a Q-tip trust for mom, and we forced them to give us monthly statements. And that was my experience with the Chancery Court. Very beholden to the big banks in Delaware, and I don't see why we wouldn't see the same kind of thing happening here, particularly when you have appointed justices, as everybody seems to feel on the opposition. They need to be appointed, and in fact, if they were appointed, I would probably support this bill. So I'm neutral with a little to the opposition. Thank you for allowing me to make my comments. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair and Committee. My name is Isaias Gallegos, ISAIAS-GALLEGOS. And I actually meant to get online for opposition, but I couldn't get on there on time. And I am here to oppose this resolution. That'll be all. Thank you.
There are no additional callers wishing to testify in neutral at this time.
Thank you. And again, I'll remind everyone, if you did not get a chance to testify and you wish to submit written testimony, we will make that part of the record. Please submit it to the email address is on the agenda, as well as a U.S. mailing address if you want to submit written testimony regarding the hearing. We'd like to invite our sponsor, Assemblymember Dahlia, Professor Edwards, if you'd like to come up. Appreciate you presenting the proposed constitutional amendment, and appreciate any closing comments you'd like to make.
Thank you, Chair. Assemblymember Joe Daly for the record. My apologies. This is the first time we've heard any opposition to this bill, so bear with me as I try to run through some of the arguments made. In terms of some of the concerns raised by the judges, we are happy to continue those conversations. The selection committee concerns, the election concerns, I think both of those are addressable through the language. As to the expense piece, we want to note, and there is an amendment I meant to initiate on the front end, but we've submitted an amendment to change the legislature shall in 3B1 to the legislature may, to underscore that this is a thing that we are enabling a future legislature to do, not compelling them to do it. So it's may to the extent funding is available. There's a double barrel conditional piece there. And I also want to note, because expense came up in multiple ways, and thank you, Senator Steinbeck, for your question about this. There is a massive payoff potential to this, and we have spoken to the market participants. Even the directionality of our business laws is causing folks to be more interested in coming here. We have seen a lot of attention paid to this bill and similar bills that are going through the legislature right now that help make our corporate environment more friendly. So if we take 10% of Delaware's current market share of $2 billion annually, that's $200 million. Our back of the napkin math puts the startup costs at this quarter around $20 million. When you have a 10x investment opportunity like that, it's silly to thumb your nose at it. So just wanted to address that piece. And respectfully, I think one issue that came up with respect to maximizing the existing system, we touched on this in the presentation, but there is just a candidate pool issue, right? Like the current system, even if we try to improve it and optimize it, there's nothing we can do about the fact that there are 20 to 25 people maybe that are really good for this court and the state, and getting them to run for office is a bear, right? Making sure there's an appointment process to get the right folks on the court, there's really only the appointment process to do that. And I think there was a note about this potentially being a partisan measure. Delaware and Texas could not be more politically different. They both have business courts. We fall somewhere in the middle in terms of our partisan makeup, so I don't think there's any kind of partisan concern there. And then I think a caller in neutral flagged the jurisdiction of the court. I just want to clarify, we mentioned this on the front end. It's in the bill, or in the resolution, my apologies. This is exclusively for cross-business and intra-business disputes. So with that, I urge your support, and I will leave it to my co-presenters. I have to run out. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee.
Thank you very much, Assemblymember Dahlia. And yes, the proposed amendment is on Nellis for any members of the public who might be looking for that amendment. And again, this would have to if this is successful this session, have to be passed by the 2027 legislature and then go to a vote of the people before being approved in the Constitution. Professor Edwards, Speaker Perkins, whoever would like to go first. Thank you.
So this is Ben Edwards for the record. One of the concerns that was raised was that this would be the third business court in the country, and that is simply not true. A significant number of states, I believe North Carolina, I don't have the full list of states in front of me right now, but a significant number of states already have business courts. This is not an unusual thing, and I'll stop there.
Thank you, Professor Edwards. Thank you again for traveling up to Carson City to testify. Speaker Perkins, thank you for your comments today.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Richard Perkins for the record, representing A16Z, RICHARD, PERKINS. To Senator Krasner's earlier point about the voters liking to participate in their elections, as you just pointed out, Mr. Chairman, this would have to go to the voters. They would have to give them, take that, if you will, that right away from themselves if this were to become part of the Constitution. As well, the governor already appoints vacancies. There's an appointment process in place in the judiciary as we sit here. And to Senator Daley's point, and certainly you want to get this right the first time because you don't want to have to fix it 2 years from now, if it's the Speaker and the Majority Leader and that stays in the resolution as it's written, perhaps like we've done in the past, make it them or their designees. And that way you can make sure that if you have a non-lawyer person in that spot, they can seek advice or seek help in that regard. I have sincere respect for Chief Justice Herndon and appreciate him bringing some of these concerns to this committee. As one of the concerns was the fiscal impact in the future, this legislative body sits every 2 years and determines where to distribute the funds that are available. That fiscal impact, especially in May not happen. So it'll be up to this body, I'm sure, in a great deal of dialogue with the judiciary as to what the priorities are for the courts moving forward. As Assemblymember Dahlia pointed out, we do believe, and you've heard testimony already, that there are companies, including the one I represent, are waiting to come here, and they're willing and ready to come here, and that will generate significant additional revenues to cover the cost of any future business court. We also talked, in my greatest appreciation to Justice Stiglitz this morning for spending some of her time with us, and we talked about the potential of the business courts that currently exist can operate in parallel with this moving through the process. They're not in conflict with each other. The legislature may not decide to do this in the future, but if our robust business court processes move forward. So they're not in conflict with each other. And then the need, one of the callers talked about, where's the need? 90 days versus 3 years to adjudicate a case. All the folks that you've heard from in terms of being supportive, and as well those that Professor Edwards and Assemblymember Dahlia have talked to it, want to come here, but this is that last piece that keeps them from coming here. So that's where the need is at. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Members, any additional questions either for Professor Edwards or for Speaker Yeager? No, well, thank you again, and thank you to, I'm sorry, Speaker Perkins. Again, we appreciate the bill. Certainly in the news, I hear lots of about competition from South Dakota, Wyoming, Delaware for business in Nevada. So appreciate the idea here, and perhaps some of them, Dahlia and the other proponents, could reach out to the folks who had concerns, and maybe there's some amendment language that maybe everyone can agree on to address some of those concerns. Thank you for the presentation. With that, I'd like to close the hearing on Assembly Joint Resolution 8, and I'd like to open the hearing on Assembly Joint Resolution 9. If we have our, yes, Assembly Member, thank you for your patience. Thank you very much for joining us today. Appreciate your patience. Thank you so much for presenting Assembly Joint Resolution 9. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, Chair Mosca had to run our committee in the Assembly, so I'm going to briefly read her remarks, read my remarks, and then we're going to play our video, and then I'm going to kick it off to Atar Hasubella, who is down in Las Vegas. So again, this is Chair Mosca's remarks. I'm Chair Mosca, representing Assembly District 14 in East Las Vegas, and I come today as the chair of the Assembly Legislative Operations and Elections. AJR 9 is a very important measure that is trying to support our community members who are living in fear during these daunting times. I hear directly from students, parents, and community members, especially in East Las Vegas, that they are afraid to go about their regular lives for a fear out of what could happen. Whether it's at a school, a public place where we all go to learn, or a place of worship, a welcoming place where we go to exercise our most basic freedoms, our most sacred places are making our most valuable vulnerable. Thank you for hearing and considering AJR 9 today and supporting Nevadans who need the most support right now. And I will now begin my remarks. Thank you.
Very much appreciate you representing our colleague in the Assembly, and thank you.
Yeah, this was definitely a joint effort between the both of us, along with Atar and the ACLU, so I'm very excited to presenting this today. Good afternoon, Chair Orenshaw and members of the committee. My name is Cecilia Gonzalez, and I proudly represent Assembly District 16. As an educator and as the chair of the Nevada Latino Caucus, I stand before you today with a deep sense of responsibility, not just to my students, but to every family who entrusts their children in our schools and every individual who seeks solace in our houses of worship. AJR 9 will urge Congress to protect sensitive locations like churches and schools from immigration enforcement actions. Let me be clear. Schools and places of worship are not just buildings. These are sanctuary places where children learn, families gather, and communities find hope and healing. Now, the threat of immigration raids looms over our classrooms and sanctuaries. Picture what this means for a child crippled by anxiety every morning, dreading the possibility that a parent may not be there to pick them up. Imagine families wrestling with fear, forced to choose between their faith and their safety. This is not a distant or abstract concern. It is our constituents' reality. As a teacher, it is deeply concerning and frankly heartbreaking that families feel compelled to keep their children at home out of fear. No child should ever be forced to sacrifice their education or their fundamental sense of safety because their family lives in fear. Children already carry the heavy burden of fearing school shootings and navigating the challenges of growing up, and now we are forcing them to bear the unnecessary additional weight of fearing of immigration raids in the very places where they should feel the safest. This unbearable anxiety steals childhood, disrupts learning, and fractures the very foundation of family and community. Today, we must urge Congress to codify these protections and send a clear message that our schools and our churches are off limits. Let us affirm that every child deserves to learn, every family deserves to worship, and every person deserves dignity and safety. We will now play our video, and then I will turn remarks over to Atar down in Vegas.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member, and thank you for the presentation and the video, and thank you to Mr. Hasibullah down in Las Vegas.
Customs enforcement continues to arrest and deport immigrants.
Hunting down and arresting hundreds of illegal aliens.
Today, the focus is on whether ICE agents can arrest people in places like churches and schools.
Come about the biggest test, I think, to this point that our Constitution has seen. What I say in my classroom and what I say to everyone watching this video, it's up to us to defend it.
The most dangerous part about it is that you're going to have a lot of people end up going back into the shadows, people that are not going to trust the system, that are not going to want to turn to law enforcement when there are crimes happening in their communities.
We've seen students now not coming to school. Absenteeism is up as much as 40% because people are legitimately afraid not coming to school.
From a legal perspective, it is something that is unconstitutional. But from a perspective of faith, forces people to have to pull away from the very place where they receive the support that they need and exercise that faith with other people who are also believers.
There is so much anxiety among members of the congregation over deportations and the fact that ICE could be showing up at churches and schools, places that were at one point thought to be off limits.
For people who say they love the Constitution, love the Bill of Rights, and love this country, for people who say they love God, believe in God, and are people of faith, you should be seriously concerned by all of these actions to intervene in our religious communities, to interfere with our religious services.
When we talk about separation of churches, say the church has to be an independent voice. If we allow that wall to be broken down, we are putting people who want to worship and pray in peace, we're allowing those people to become vulnerable.
Many of the constituents that I've spoken to do not want to see their children or their children's friends disrupted by federal agents coming into the classroom or the schools. This is traumatic for everyone in that environment.
I just think about all the work that has to be done. The people here in Nevada, especially in Las Vegas, are contributing. We know that whether it's folks at the grocery store to folks that build our homes, and we also know that they pay into our system.
It comes down to dignity and respect as human beings. I think there's a lot of conversations about, oh, well, if we mass deport, our economy would crash. Yes, that's true. They are our labor workforce. They're the backbone of our state, but they're also human beings. They're our family members.
God gave very clear instructions as to how we should treat them. When you hear people talking about the stranger and the way we are to treat the stranger, that is literally biblical. There's a biblical mandate that we are to be welcoming to them, that we're not supposed to ostracize them. We're not supposed to treat them as though they're less than just because they're not by blood. We don't get to choose who our neighbors are. We get to love them.
I proudly represent Nevada, and I am saying that I am urging Congress to ensure that all of Nevadans, as well as all the people who live in our country, are safe, that they're at least able to go to school and worship the way they want, because that is the America that we promise.
Do not let this abuse happen. Do not let government officials invade churches, synagogues, mosques, and every other place of worship, prayer, or learning in this country. It's not okay.
Thank you so much, Chair. Now I will pass it over to Attar down in Las Vegas.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Attar Hasibullah, first name spelled A-T-H-A-R, last name H-A-S-E-E-B-U-L-L-A-H. I serve as the Executive Director for the American Civil Liberties Union of Nevada, and by background, I'm a civil rights attorney. Our organization focuses on a litany of constitutional liberties and rights that are afforded to all people. And at the core of these issues right now is the federal government's intervention into states' liberty, specifically when it comes to immigration enforcement. I'm going to be very brief in sharing just a few of the technicals here, and then happy to take any questions. The first portion with respect to what the actual resolution does is it urges Congress to limit against immigration enforcement actions at public schools as well as houses of worship. So it is a limited resolution to urge Congress to do that. And the reason why it was drafted as a limited resolution specifically was because during the last 90 days, this issue has become increasingly politicized. Now, the reason why we're specifically seeking for Congress to do this is because this is not state and local law enforcement that's engaged in these types of activities. This is the federal government doing so. And the federal government's done so repeatedly in other communities, causing fear, panic, leading to detentions of both people who may be undocumented but also people who are visa holders, green card holders, and U.S. citizens. This has caused widespread panic all across the country. If we look at Los Angeles, ICE officers actually arrived at a school a couple months ago to speak to children under the guise of having consent from their parents. 2 U.S. senators from California 2 weeks ago issued a letter to that same department to say they are increasingly troubled by the actions that ICE has undertaken in effectuating those types of actions. So the focus here is, again, on the federal government's actions. I'll also mention specifically that the reason why this resolution needs to be brought forward and why Congress needs to act here is because in January of 2025, a more than 2 decades old policy precluding against immigration enforcement by the federal government was reversed by the Trump administration, specifically with respect to sensitive locations. That includes houses of worship, that includes our schools. Again, those were off limits, I believe, since 1993 when it came to immigration enforcement. That policy was reversed in January. Thus why you have the ACLU of Nevada here at Champion for Constitutional Rights, which includes religious liberty rights, here to advocate on this specific issue. The other 2 items I'll mention, the impact with respect to Nevada. Assemblymember Gonzalez had pointed out the impact on Nevada schools within the video, but also mentioned it in her remarks. Something folks should be aware of: anytime a chronic absenteeism rate spikes, which is defined as more than 10% of the school days missed per year, there's going to be a likely drop in star ratings. If we end up seeing the trajectory of 30 to 40% increases in that regard, expect star ratings to drop holistically across the state because of the actions of the federal government. Our houses of worship, we've done more than 4 dozen Know Your Rights trainings to teach people about what their constitutional rights are, not to tell anyone how to break the law as might be described by some government officials on Twitter or X or whatever it might be called, but instead to share what those rights actually are. During these conversations, many of which have occurred at churches, mosques, and other places of worship, we've heard about reduced numbers of attendees, specifically because of the fear of immigration enforcement. There's a number of religious leaders and clergy who have issued letters of support here specifically because of that. The final thing I will mention is that this should not be viewed as a partisan issue. This should be viewed as an issue to protect people in this state and in our communities alongside our very important community institutions. No child, no family, no pastor, no person worshiping should feel as if they're at risk specifically for immigration enforcement related issues or improper contact by the federal government, specifically because one administration came in and decided to reverse policy after several decades. For those that view this as a partisan issue, we'd encourage you to reconsider your stance here on this particular resolution. And again, the reason why is because it has been crafted in such a narrow way. But if our Congress is to act, they should protect our most vulnerable community members and our most important community institutions before anything else. I'm happy to take any questions the committee may have. I'll also mention that before we turn it over to testimony, and I know there will probably be folks on the line. We have a sizable contingency here. We did submit a petition with 595 signatures in support of this resolution. Chair Orenshall, I would have had each of them call you individually, but instead we decided to spare you this afternoon. But we did submit that petition alongside those letters. We would have uploaded that specific video into Nellis, but unfortunately, because of ongoing copyright issues and the back and forth there, the video would be available on our social media for anybody who wants to see it. With that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hasibullah. Appreciate the presentation. Thank you, Assemblymember Gonzalez. Members, any questions? No, I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you very much for the presentation. And
Thank you.
Again, we do have a lengthy calendar, so we appreciate that petition with all the supporters, as opposed to in person or live comments. Just because
next time
we're going, maybe at the next hearing. Yes, thank you. Maybe.
Thank you.
So, thank you. With that, then, I'd like to open it up to support for Assembly Joint Resolution 9 in Carson City and then down in Las Vegas. We'll start in Carson City. Anyone who'd like to speak in support, and I am limiting testimony to 2 minutes per speaker. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for your patience, sir. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Thank you, Chair and Committee. I am Brian Wallace, the Vice President of the Nevada State Education Association, who has been the voice of educators for 125 years. We truly believe every student and educator in Nevada should feel safe at school. This is why NSCA supports AJR 9, calling on Congress to pass legislation prohibiting immigration enforcement at our schools and our places of worship. Educators, students, and their families are understandably concerned about their safety and well-being of their families and communities at this time, and the video clearly expresses the concerns of our educators. It is the right of every child, regardless of immigration status, to access a free public K-12 education. This right was affirmed in model policies issued earlier this year by Nevada's Attorney General, and quote, teachers, school administrators, and staff are already overburdened in our public schools, working diligently to make sure our children stay safe, focused on the primary objective of their learning. Allowing federal immigration agents to operate in our public schools will create unnecessary distraction for our children. This guidance helps schools remain free of invasive civil immigration enforcement so our educators are free to educate and every student can enjoy that safe, secure learning environment. End quote. Nevada made huge gains in filling educator vacancies over these past 2 years. Immigration enforcement in school adds a layer of stress none of us need at this time and will only contribute to the greater number of educator vacancies if we are not careful. NSA urges the legislature to pass AJR 9, calling on Congress to protect our students, our educators, families, and communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your testimony. Whoever would like to go next, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Nathan Bakken, Nathanbakken, and I currently serve the Unitarian Universalist Fellowship of Northern Nevada here up in Reno, and I am testifying in support of AJR 9. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bakken. Whoever would like to go next, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Noe Orozco. That's N-O-E, accent over the E, O-R-O-S-C-O. I'm the Government Affairs Manager with Make the Road Nevada. We're here in support of AJR 9. This resolution is not only about policy, it's about defending the right of every child to learn in peace and every person to worship without fear. Many of our familias are mixed status, carrying the weight of uncertainty with them every day. For our children, this reality is a constant dread that a parent or a grandparent may not return from the job. Further, the threat of ICE showing up to the schools only heightens this anxiety. This fear doesn't just disrupt their education, it creates deep emotional scars that can last a lifetime. And then, consider the sacred spaces that should provide grounding and peace. To think that these hallowed places where our gente seek communion with their Creator could become another moment to be haunted by fear. It is an erosion of the very essence of faith, where worship should empower, not diminish. This resolution is about reclaiming our humanity and ensuring that no one, especially those most vulnerable, has to live in fear. And for that, we ask you to support this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roscoe, for your testimony. Whoever would like to begin next, state your name for the record and proceed.
Good afternoon, Angela Knott with the Washoe County Public Defender's Office, ANGELA-KNOTT. We are testifying in support of AJR 9. As public defenders, we have witnessed firsthand the chilling effect of ICE making arrests at courthouses. When individuals are taken into custody while attending court for unrelated matters, it causes significant disruption to the criminal justice system and often results in the denial of due process for our clients. These arrests do not just impact the accused. They also silence victims who come to court prepared to share their stories, seek justice, and find closure. The fear created by ICE's presence undermines the integrity of the legal process for everyone involved. Many of our clients, particularly those from immigrant communities, already face significant barriers to accessing legal representation and participating in the justice system. When ICE operates in schools or churches, it deepens fear and mistrust, discouraging individuals from seeking help, attending court, or even sending their children to school. This directly undermines due process and public safety. Schools and places of worship should be safe zones where families can gather, children can learn, and communities can worship without fear of apprehension or deportation. Congress should safeguard these fundamental spaces. Doing so would be a powerful step towards justice and the protection of constitutional rights for all residents, regardless of immigration status. Thank you.
Very much, Ms. Knott. Good afternoon, but please state your name for the record and proceed.
Paloma Guerrero, Paloma Guerrero, on behalf of the Clark County Public Defender's Office. My colleague from Washoe said it so eloquently, so I will just strong ditto her testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Whoever would like to go next, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Marino, StephnnieMoreno. I am testifying in support of AJR9. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Ms. Goins, thanks for being here. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Aisha Goins, AESHAGOINS. I am here on behalf of SCIU 1107 and also on behalf of my family. I am concerned we should keep our churches, our places of worship, and our schools safe. I have a first American niece that we are all concerned about. She goes back and forth to school. She's concerned if her mother's going to pick her up, and so are we. I don't think anyone is safe, and most importantly, we should be able to keep people safe, especially as they worship and as they go back and forth to get their education. So we support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Whoever would like to go next, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tara Webster, TaraWebster. I am the policy manager with the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada, and I'm also here on behalf of the Nevada Immigrant Coalition. I also wanted to say that my family immigrated here from Colombia, so for me this is an important bill. On behalf of Plan and the NIC, we believe that churches and schools are sacred places, and that's why we're here to support AJR 9.
Thanks for your testimony. Good afternoon, sir. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Afternoon, Chair Orenshaw and members of the committee. My name is Caleb Cage, spelled C-A-L-E-B, last name C-A-G-E, here on behalf of the Children's Advocacy Alliance. We offer our support for this bill as well. Thank you.
Sir, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Mark Pritchard, M-A-R-K-P-R-I-T-C-H-A-R-D. I'm here as a volunteer with the American Civil Liberties Union of Nevada in support of AJR 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pritchard. Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
For the record, Laura Cadeau, representing myself. I just want to express my gratitude to those who came forward to present this bill and to beseech you to protect our children. I have been appalled by what I've witnessed on television when it comes to the government overreach on their immigration agenda, and truly think that you are our last resort. So please protect the children. They should be able to go to school without having ICE interrupt, and the same for families who attend our religious institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Caudell. I'm not seeing anyone else here in Carson City, so I'd like to go down to Las Vegas. Thank you for your patience down there. Whoever would like to begin, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Bryn Clark, and I am an intern with Plan. As a student, I urge you to pass AJR 9 to keep schools safe and churches sacred. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your testimony. Whoever would like to go next, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Hello, my name is Chelsea Cavion, CHELSEY, and as a volunteer for the ACLU and an educator, I am here in support of AJR 9. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Whoever would like to go next, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Caitlin Gomez, spelled Kaytlin. I'm here in support of Assembly Joint Resolution 9. I speak now as a third-year student at Nevada State University to protect my community and those alike. This resolution represents a moral and human obligation. I've seen firsthand the dedication of my peers who show up to school every day, striving for an education and a future where they can contribute meaningfully to our society. To allow immigration enforcement to enter schools and places of worship meant to be safe, nurturing, and stable is a betrayal to that promise. Assembly Joint Resolution 9 is not just a statement of values, but a call for dignity and protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and best of luck in your studies there at Nevada State University. Whoever would like to go next and proceed.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Naomi Joy. That's spelled Naomijoy. I'm a volunteer with ACLU of Nevada, and I'm here to testify in support of ARJ 9. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Whoever would like to go next, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Hyla Winters. My first name is Hyla. Last name is Winters, Winters. I, too, am a volunteer with ACLU of Nevada. And I find it very interesting that the currency for this United States of America reads, "In God We Trust," and yet our houses of worship are not safe from federal intervention. So I would encourage you to consider, be bold, and take this step and approve this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Whoever would like to go next, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Erica Freeman, and I am here as a volunteer for the ACLU as well as an educator, and I am just here in support of AJR 9. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for taking the time to testify. Whoever would like to go next, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Crystal Steinbeck. That's spelled CrystalSteinbeck. I am a volunteer for the ACLU, and I am testifying in support of AJR 9. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Whoever would like to go next, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Orenshaw and members of the committee. My name is Liz Becker. That's Lizbecker. And I'm here in support of AJR 9. I would like to echo Assemblywoman Gonzalez's moving comments. And in the last 21 years here in Clark County, I have taught preschool, elementary school, middle school, high school, and also at UNLV and CSN. And I can personally attest to how incredibly disruptive immigration enforcement at schools would be. Please pass this resolution and keep our students as well as those attending a house of worship safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Becker. Whoever would like to go next, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is Veronica Marquez, Veronica Marquez. I am a mother, I am a coach, I'm a community member and community advocate. As the granddaughter of Mexican immigrants, as the daughter of a Brazilian immigrant, I highly suggest you guys approve, as I am in support of AJR 9. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marquez. Thanks for your testimony. Whoever would like to go next, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good afternoon, members of the committee and chair. My name is Aline Simmons, spelled Aleen, last name Summan. I am here with the ACLU of Nevada, as well as I'm here as a student. I'm here as a person of faith, and I'm here to testify in support of AJR 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Suman. Thanks for your testimony. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair and Senators. My name is Jeff Moore. That's Jeffmoore. I am a volunteer with the ACLU of Nevada, and I am here, as others, in support of the Resolution 9. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. I don't see anyone else in Las Vegas coming forward in support. So broadcasting, could we go to the phone lines in support of Assembly Joint Resolution 9?
If you would like to testify in support of AJR 9, please press *9 to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for having me here. My name is Isaiah Skagas, ISAIASGALLEGOS. I'm here today as a concerned Nevada resident in support of AJR 9. I want to ensure our immigrant community and our community centers and our hospitals and schools are protected. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Have a good day.
Hi, my name is Sarah Levitt.
SARAHLEAVITT, and I'm a member of Las Vegas CSA. I was born and raised in Las Vegas, and I consider immigrants to be part of our community here, and they deserve peace and safety. Everybody deserves, everybody deserves that, and not to live in fear. So I urge you strongly to pass AJR 9. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Erika Castro, ERIKACASTRO, and I'm here on behalf of the Nevada Immigrant Coalition in full support of AJR 9. We echo all the sentiments of the presenters and those who have spoken before us. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair Orenshaw and members of the committee. My name is Bree Schmidt, BRISCHMIDT. I'm a program associate with Silver State Equality, Nevada's statewide LGBTQ+ civil rights organization, and we are in support of AJR 9. Thank you for considering this resolution and to the other comments. Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 307, please press *6 to unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Orenshaw and members of the committee. My name is Lolita Bush, spelled LOLITA BUSH. I am here today as a concerned Nevada resident, but also a volunteer for the ACLU of Nevada. I'm also a proud champion and longtime advocate for freedom, equal, and civil rights over 25 years. I am here today in support of AJR 9 and absolutely want to ensure our immigrant community and community centers to be safe, sacred spaces within schools and worship centers, and for you to please consider this resolution. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits of 081, you may need to unmute your phone to speak. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair and committee. My name is Guadalupe Gonzalez, GUADALUPGONZALEZ. I'm a third generation Mexican American and also a volunteer from the ACLU. Testifying today before you all to please take in consideration all that everyone has said today in support of this bill. We need to keep our children safe, and we need to keep our houses of worship safe for all. Thank you.
Caller with a phone number ending in 246, please press *6 to unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Orenshaw and members of the committee. My name is Jovan Sotak. That's JOVON and I'm calling today as a concerned Nevada citizen in support of AJR 9. And I want to ensure, of course, that our community and community centers are protected. Thank you so much for considering this resolution.
Caller with the phone number ending in 148, please press star 6 to unmute yourself, and you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Irene Colunga, Irene Colunga, Colunga. I am a concerned citizen, and I am calling to strongly support AJR 9. Our schools and places of worship must be protected from immigration enforcement actions. Enforcement in these sensitive spaces creates panic, uncertainty, and fear, and we must keep schools and places of worship sacred. Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 680, please press star 6, and you may begin.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Leticia, Leticia Lopez, Lopez. I'm here on behalf of ACLU, who is also a proud Nevadan, a mother, a community advocate, and someone who has stood alongside countless immigrant families in the fight for dignity, safety, and justice. I'm here today in strong support of AJR 9. I apologize, which urges Congress to prohibit immigration and customs enforcement from conducting enforcement operation in schools, places of worship, and other sensitive locations. This resolution is not just symbolic, it is necessary. Schools and houses of worship must be places of learning, healing, and refuge, not fear. When ICE is allowed to operate in these spaces, it sends a chilling message. Is a powerful act of resistance and declaration of our values. It affirms from Nevada will not be complicit in allowing federal immigration enforcement to violate the sanctity of our schools and our sacred spaces. It shows our immigrant neighbors that we see them, we value them, and we will stand up for them. I urge this committee to pass AJR 9 and show the rest of the country that Nevada leads with courage and compassion. Thank you for your time and your commitment to justice.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Orange Shaw and members of the committee. I'm Amanda Swartz, AMA, NDA, SWARTZ. I'm here today as a concerned Nevada resident in support of AJR 9. We need to ensure that the immigrant community and our community as a whole are safe. Thank you for considering this resolution.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Joseph Martinez, JOSEPHMARTINEZ. I'm calling as a member of the Las Vegas CSA and a concerned Las Vegas citizen from my community members. And I'm in support of AJR 9. And thank every of the orders before me. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. This is Maggie Carlton, MAGGIE, Carlton, CARLTON. Today, speaking to you on behalf of Culinary Local 226 and our 60,000 plus members across the state. We are in full support of AJR 9, any child or family that's under threat in this state means all children and families are under threat. And we are here to support all children and all families so that they can go to school safely and go to places of worship to move forward. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to testify.
Good afternoon. My name is Laurel Fisher. That's Lauryl, and Fisher, Fischer. I am here today as a concerned Nevada resident and a volunteer with the ACLU in support of AJR 9. We want to ensure our immigrant community and our community centers are protected. Thank you for considering this resolution.
Caller with the phone number ending in 685, please press *6 to unmute your phone and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Orenshaw and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Adriana Eninger. That's spelled Adriana, last name Eninger. And I am the Southern Nevada Democracy Coordinator of Silver State Voices. I'm here to testify in support of AJR 9 on behalf of my organization. We ditto previous commenters, and we support and appreciate the ACLU and bill sponsors for bringing this piece of legislation forward. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. To Chair Orno and members of the community, my name is Amanda Striano, spelled Amandastriano. I am here today as a concerned Nevada resident and member of the ACLU of Nevada in support of AJR 9. We want to ensure our immigrant community and our community centers are protected. Thank you for considering this resolution.
Hello, my name is Sabina Malik. I am a PhD professor at UNR Extension and chair of the Southern Nevada Food Council, and I'm here in support of AJR 9. Please keep Nevada safe, keep our school and places of worship protected and not subject to government overreach. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Carly Krieger. I'm a Las Vegas constituent and mother calling in support of AJR 9. Immigrants help make this country what it is, and with the concerning lack of due process in our federal government, I urge you to pass this resolution. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lisa Gama. As an immigrant myself and a mother with a child in CCSD, I support this bill.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ashley Dodson. That's ASHLEY DODSON. On behalf of the NAACP Las Vegas Chapter 1111, we are calling in support of Assembly Joint Resolution number 9. Houses of worship have historically been places of refuge, healing, and hope, especially for marginalized and vulnerable communities. Schools provide the same, as well as education and life skills. In times of uncertainty and fear, there are often the first places individuals turn for spiritual comfort, connection, protection, and education. The presence of threat of immigration enforcement within these sacred spaces and institutions erodes public trust, instills fear, and violates the sanctity of religious and educational freedom. We urge you to stand with us, as Nevada will not stand by and allow fear and intimidation to undermine our faith communities and educational institutions and tear at the fabric of our democracy. Thank you for your leadership and commitment to equity and inclusion. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ashley Acevedo, spelled ASHLEY ACEVEDO. I am a lifelong resident of Las Vegas, a church volunteer, and a student. I'm testifying today in support of AJR 9. I firmly believe that places of worship should remain as sanctuaries for those seeking spiritual connection. Nevada is also a state with the second lowest educational rates in the nation. I feel that allowing ICE to interrupt schools would negatively affect the children of immigrants as well as their classmates who have to witness their fear and family abduction. It would further lower and disrupt the educational progression of the state as a whole. And if you have any humanity, please support this bill. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Hannah Gutierrez, Hana. I'm a local marriage and family therapist intern, and I'm calling in to support AJR 9. I urge this body to do so as a gesture of acknowledging the human dignity of all people living in this state and in this country. Our schools are supposed to be a place where youth can learn and grow. Students cannot learn in an environment of fear, which is exactly what will happen if ICE is allowed to invade our schools. Further, we must protect our churches, places where people have sought sanctuary for centuries. As a marriage and family therapist intern, I know firsthand the mental distress and trauma possible from these acts of intimidation and terror. By supporting this bill, Nevada will have the chance to advocate for the humanity and dignity of all people in this country. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sharon Johnson, SharonJohnson. I'm a member of ACLU, a retired nurse, and a 40-year member of the large Catholic community in Reno Sparks. I feel if once we lose protection of the least of us, we have given up support of all. It's just a matter of time before they can bring in other people to help keep our community stable. I'm from Reno, Nevada, and I'm fully in support of AJR 9. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is Rosalie Militich, Rosalie, last name Miletich. I'm a concerned Nevada resident calling in support of AJR 9. Echoing previous statements, our valued community members need to be able to learn, live, and worship without fear. Thank you for considering this resolution.
Hello, my name is Catherine Gonzalez. I'm a concerned Nevada resident and an educator here at one of our public schools. As an educator, I have seen the shift of fear coming from my students, whether ICE will be coming after school or during school hours to see if they will be taking them away. This scare and fear of my students, they should not be happening when they're just trying to learn about the U.S. Constitution or about other historical facts that I have been teaching them in my class. Please support AJR 9 and support the bill from passing to protect our students in our places of worship. Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 182, please press *6 to unmute yourself and you may begin. Caller, you may need to unmute your phone in order to begin.
I do apologize. Hello, good afternoon, Chair Ornshaw and members of the committee. My name is Nayeli Rico Lopez, NAYELLIRICOLOPEZ. I am here today as a concerned Nevada resident in support of AJR9. I am part of a Catholic church here in Las Vegas and have seen the impacts in our immigrant community and the concerns that they carry. Thank you for your consideration for this resolution.
Hello, my name is Karina Seha. I'm a Nevada resident and I'm calling to support AJR9. I am urging the committee to support the effort to keep places of worship sacred and so they can remain a place of hope for all. Please keep schools protected so fear does not overpower education. Please protect all human beings in sacred places as they are just human beings. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Leslie Villaseñor Villa. I would like to speak out in support of AJR9. It is crucial that we keep all of our schools and churches safe for all. And thank you for your time.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman Ornshaw and members of the committee. My name is Jonas Waldo from Nevada, and I'm standing here today because I'm a concerned Nevada resident, and I support AJR9. And also, I'd like to mention I'm Eritrean American myself, and I represent the Eritrean American community here in Las Vegas. We came from Africa during the 30-year war, and so to witness people going to church and schools iced to go to church and schools to disrupt them, it does not make sense. America's great because of its diversity, and I urge the committees to recognize that everyone comes from immigrant descent, and that's the reality of it. And so thank you so much, and I support AJR9, and I expect everyone else to do the same. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Assembly members. For the record, my name is Giselle, spelled Giselle, and I'd prefer to omit my last name. I'm in support of AJR9, and I am calling in as a teacher who lives and teaches in the community that I was raised within, the beautiful East Las Vegas community. As a former CCSD school student, now a public school teacher, and a constituent who grew up in a mixed status family, I have seen and lived firsthand the ways in which the ever-looming fears and anxieties surrounding immigration enforcement, such as ICE, tearing apart a family like my own, can have on a single student's life, along with communities day to day. Currently, my entire school community is facing day-to-day struggles, such as lower test scores, emotional and mental tensions that lead to higher rates of violence student to student, and overall panic among my students in our East LD communities. This is personal to me. Committee, I urge you to stand in support of this bill.
Good afternoon, Chair and member of the committee. My name is Anaí Rico Lopez, ANAIRICOLOPEZ. I am a concerned Nevada resident, a member of a Catholic church, and a graduate of a CCSD high school. Many of my peers and loved ones would be affected by the disruption of ICE in classrooms and students and churches. I am in support of AJR9. Thank you for your consideration.
If you have recently joined and would like to testify in support of AJR9, please press *9 to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Bryant Barrera, and I'm here as a volunteer from the ACLU of Nevada, and I'm here to strongly support AJR 9. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sky Feldmeier, spelled SKYFELDMEIER, and I am here today as a concerned Nevada resident and also the Emerging Leaders Secretary, who is also partnered with the ACLU of Nevada, and I'm here to support the AJR 9. I myself want to ensure that our immigrant community and our community centers are very well protected. Thank you for considering this resolution.
Caller with the phone number ending in 258, please press *6 to unmute yourself and you may begin. Caller with the phone number ending in 258, please press *6 now to unmute yourself so you may begin.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Jordan Butler, JORDANBUTLER. I am an attorney and a father of 2 children who currently attend high school and middle school in Las Vegas. I am here today as a concerned Nevada resident in support of AJR 9. We want to ensure our immigrant community and our community centers are protected. Churches and schools are sacred and safe places where everyone should feel protected and where no one should be subjected to fear, invasions, and trauma. Thank you for considering this resolution.
If you have recently joined and would like to testify in support of AJR 9, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, the public line is open and working. There are no more callers at this time.
Thank you very much, Broadcasting. And again, I want to remind anyone, if you didn't get a chance to get down to Carson City or Las Vegas hearing rooms, didn't get a chance to call in, you can submit written testimony either by email or U.S. postal mail to our committee, Senate Legislative Operations Elections, and we will make it part of the record for the hearing on the bill. Thanks, everyone. I'd like to now go to opposition testimony. Anyone who's opposed to Assembly Joint Resolution 9. I'll start here in Carson City, then we'll go down to Las Vegas, then we'll go to the phone lines. I want to thank everybody for their patience. Thank you very much, sir, for your patience. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair and Committee, and thank you, Chair Orenshaw. My name is Joshua Skaggs, and I'm the Legislative Affairs Director for the Nevada Republican Party here in opposition to AJR 9. The Nevada Republican Party opposes AJR 9 because it is a partisan political statement not based on a legitimate fear of inappropriate law enforcement. The first resolving clause indicates that Nevada urges the federal government to not enforce federal law, and we believe it is inappropriate to ask the state government to ignore the law at any place or time. The resolution received a completely partisan vote in the Assembly, and we urge its rejection by the Senate. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Skaggs. I'm not seeing anyone else come forward here in Carson City. Down in Las Vegas, I'm not seeing anyone come forward in opposition. Broadcasting, is there anyone on the phone lines who wishes to be heard in opposition to Assembly Joint Resolution 9?
If you'd like to testify in opposition to AJR 9, please press *9 to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of this committee. I'm Kimberly Fergus, FERGUS. I rise in strong opposition to AJR 9. While this resolution may appear compassionate on the surface, it is a political message urging Congress to prohibit federal immigration enforcement in public spaces. specifically schools and places of worship. Let's be clear, this is not about education or religion. This is about creating protected spaces for immigration lawbreakers. ICE does not, I'm going to repeat this again, ICE does not conduct random sweeps. Their presence is typically based on a credible intelligence of lawful warrants. Are we saying that if someone commits fraud, evades deportation, or breaks immigration laws, they are untouchable if they walk into a church or attend school functions? This sends a message that some people are above the federal law, depending on where you choose to be. To me, that is dangerous. We're not protecting children, we're shielding adults from accountability. Moreover, using sacred institutions as political shields not only blurs the lines between law, religion, and education, it invites misuse of those institutions. Congress should not be pressured by states to block federal law enforcement for fulfilling its duty. This resolution is symbolic. Yes, it is also reckless, divisive, and legally troubling. And I am going to say this because a lot of things have been said that aren't true, but let me remind you and remember what happened in November of 2024. I urge you to reject AJR 9. Thank you. In education, it invites misuse.
Hi, my name is Katrin Ivanov, I-V-A-N-O Frank, and I don't even know where to begin. As well intended that bill may be to protect kids, or I don't know who else, church-going people, it's actually, nobody thinks of the unintended consequences, because once declared those places, let's say even if you succeed, once you declare those places are not allowed for law enforcement to go into, they become sanctuary for criminals, not only illegal criminals, also American-grown criminals. So you're gonna make our school and our churches places where criminals are going to go and keep hostages because law enforcement would not be allowed to go there. How does that make sense? That is another bill where the law-abiding Nevada residents are not put up front in your mind. You make laws to protect everybody, but the law-abiding Nevada residents, which I believe should be your job. You should worry about the law-abiding Nevada residents that are paying taxes, not about everybody else that does not qualify in that category. And in my country, we were 500 years under Turkish occupation. I talk about Bulgaria. Bulgaria is Christian, Turkish are Muslim. Muslims would never go in churches. So what did Bulgarians do? They start organizing in churches. They overturned the Turkish government by organizing in the churches because the Turkish Muslim people would not go into the churches. So if our law enforcement that is tasked to protect the legal residents of the country and the state is not allowed to go in certain areas, this will become a breeding ground for criminals. It's very logical. They're not going to go in the where the cops are. They're going to go where the cops are not allowed. So please think about the unintended consequences you're bringing up with something like that. Thank you so much and have a lovely day.
Caller with the phone number ending in 276, you may need to unmute your phone so that we can hear you. Please continue.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Lorena Biasotti. That's Lorenabiassotti, and I'm speaking for myself. I want to state that I am impressed by the sudden concern to allow for respectful worship of God. I would hope we keep this support and reverence to the biblical principles I have heard cited by our legislators. That said, I challenge you to Google the number of ICE raids that have happened in churches and schools. There have been zero. It is not happening. The Department of Homeland Security has instructed officers to use common sense, and they have. We must be careful of the fear-mongering being taken up by our mainstream media to pit citizens against the Trump administration and its policies. The truth is, these policies have removed dangerous rapists and murderers and will make our community safer for our families. Now I challenge you to Google the women murdered by illegal aliens. We do not want any family to suffer the horrible fate like that of a young college girl jogging on her college campus, raped and savagely murdered by getting her head repeatedly smashed in with a rock, like Laken Riley was. And I don't like to go into detail about it, but sometimes we forget the horror that can really happen. Or to suffer the fate of Jocelyn Nungaray. I notice a lot of immigrant callers speaking in support of this resolution. Please remember that criminals who have recently crossed the border or anywhere else don't discriminate by race. This young Hispanic 12-year-old girl could have easily been your daughter or your sister. By the way, President Trump honored her memory by naming a wildlife refuge after her. Allowing safe havens for illegals can potentially create a safe haven for criminals, just like the previous caller was stating. Be wise, don't allow yourself to get lost in the rhetoric. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Oscar Williams, OSCAR, WILLIAMS. I'm opposed to AGR 9 because it basically is aiding and abetting a crime, isn't it? It says right there that it's going to ignore the federal law. Let me read from what is Article 1, Section 2 of the Nevada Constitution. Purpose of government, paramount allegiance to the United States. Paramount allegiance of every citizen is due to the federal government in the exercise of all its constitutional powers as the same have been or may be defined by the Supreme Court of the United States. No power exists in the people of this or any other state of the federal union to dissolve their connection therewith or perform any act tending to impair, subvert, or resist the supreme authority of the government of the United States. There go. AGR 9 is unconstitutional. It's right there. I just read it to you. Thank you for your time.
My name is Ellen Gifford. Please consider this. I'm going to echo what's already been said. Do we want to turn our churches and schools into a place where murderers, rapists, and gang members can hide? How safe will the schools and churches be if evil-minded people can enter these places without any fear of being apprehended? How will that protect our children, our families, and our teachers? Thank you.
If you have recently joined and would like to testify in opposition to AJR 9, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue.
Hello?
Go ahead, caller. We can hear you.
Okay. They're gonna finally it worked out. I was just having some phone issues here. Actually in support for AJR 9, and it took me way too long to get this thing working.
Thank you very much, broadcasting. And again, I want to remind anyone, if you didn't get a chance to testify in person or on the phones, you can submit written testimony to our committee via email, via U.S. postal mail, and it will be made part of the record. I'd like to now go to neutral testimony. Anyone who's neutral on the measure wishes to be heard. I don't see anyone in Carson City, down in Las Vegas. Good evening. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Excuse me. Good evening, everyone. Cyrus Hojati. I don't know if this is opposition or neutral, but this is just immigration in general. I believe that this system is pretty harsh. It's not pretty. It's not nice. And I do sympathize with supporters, and I'm willing to talk to them. However, there has to be a level of fairness, okay? Because otherwise, if you don't follow immigration law, what's the consequence? There has to be, okay? Just like if I run a red light or something like that. We believe that going to churches and schools is not the best way. We believe the most appropriate way is to audit and fine every employer who is not hiring through a legal fashion. Remittances are also important. Birthright citizenship is another issue. Senator Harry Reid spoke out against it in 1993. We do appreciate the contributions by legal or non-legal immigration. However, they do have an impact on the capacity of schools, performance, and a lot of other factors, such as language barriers and so forth. My main concern is not the migrants. My main concern is the elected officials. And it seems that many elected officials put their necessities over American citizens. I don't appreciate that. It's okay to sympathize, but we are asking for fairness. We do believe that unauthorized immigrants provide a lot of taxpayer support. However, I have not seen the data that shows the taxes that they pay exceed the services that are required not only from them, but from their U.S. citizen children. At a protest that was done about 2 weeks ago, many of the supporters of these arrivals claimed that they picked the crops. However, the last time I checked, the Las Vegas Valley hardly has any agricultural areas, and yet we have one of the highest rate of these individuals. We believe that to handle this situation can be done through guest worker visas. We do support their hard work, not just here, but in all Western countries. And no, I do not believe our main source of crime problems is from unauthorized immigrants, although, let's be honest, not everybody is a good apple. So we urge you to please think about this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Hojati. I'm going to come back to Carson City. Please state your name for the record and proceed. Your microphone's not on. There should be a green, you have to press the button. Now it's on.
Thank you. My name is Cynthia Perrine, Cynthia Perrine. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Compassion has its place, and Nevadans are a compassionate people. Is there no compassion, however, for the tax-paying American citizen who is footing the bill for expanded school facilities? I think we just need to consider a bit of balance on this issue. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony, Ms. Perrine. Not seeing anyone else in the neutral position in Carson City or Las Vegas. Broadcasting anyone on the phone lines who wishes to be heard in the neutral position on Assembly Joint Resolution 9.
If you'd like to testify in neutral for AJR 9, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue.
Yes, my name is Sharon Johnson again, and I would like to respectfully disagree with our Republican and other brothers here and sisters. First of all, I believe the bill simply says not to come into these areas. It doesn't say anything about waiting for them to come out. You know, the lady who was from Turkey, Belgrade, spoke of how murderers and Muslims wouldn't go into it. Well, people don't live in these places. As far as organizing and hiding out, that's going to be kind of difficult to do in today's churches and schools. So there's no reason for ICE not to wait outside as they do in courts. As far as people who have been killed, yes. There's been plenty of people killed by legal people also. My concern, as far as, no one has ever been picked up in a church or a school, we do know that these protections are being broken. We have legal citizens who are being, their homes are being broken into, they're being arrested, they're going through all these different kinds of things. That was not brought up, and I would like to bring it up. So again, just to say, we're not talking about not arresting them and letting them run wild and murderers running through the elementary school. We're just simply saying, can't you wait outside? You don't have to come in and disturb everybody else. And it hasn't happened yet, according to our friend there, but I wouldn't want to see it happen either. So thank you, committee, for hearing me.
If you'd like to testify in neutral for AJR 9, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. The public line is open and working. There are no more callers at this time.
Thank you very much, Broadcasting. And again, anyone who didn't get a chance to speak, you can submit written testimony. We will make it part of the record. I do see Mr. Hasibullah down there in Las Vegas. Any closing comments you'd like to make? Thank you for presenting Assembly Joint Resolution 9 today.
Yes, thank you, Senator Orenshaw, Chair Orenshaw. First, I wanted to thank you and the rest of the committee for your graciousness in hearing this much testimony. I'm normally used to 30 minutes, basically, and for many of the folks that testified today, it was their first time testifying, and so this is just such a tribute to civic participation in democracy. So I do want to thank you and the rest of the committee for that. Just to briefly respond to a couple of the remarks made in opposition. First and foremost, if we discuss the economic impact, excluding obviously the ordinary sort of decline that I would say extraordinary decline we're seeing as a result of different issues that were mentioned today at Economic Forum. Undocumented people paid an estimated $507 million in state and local taxes into the Nevada system of taxation in 2022, according to the Institute for Tax and Economic Policy. Again, $507 million. There's no way to make that up. So for anyone who's discussing a detrimental impact, these are the folks that paid in without being able to take anything in return because they're not even covered for things like Nevada Medicaid. Second, with respect to this being a partisan issue, furthest thing from that, we specifically mentioned that in our opening. It shouldn't be viewed as a partisan issue. So for any political party that comes forward and attempts to make this a partisan issue, I'd encourage them to rethink what they're doing specifically because they're sending a message to the faith community that they don't care about the faith community. We saw contradictory sort of positions taken with some of the folks who have mentioned constitutionality. I can tell you as a constitutional lawyer, a civil rights lawyer, that actually urging Congress to pass a federal law is the proper way of engaging in lawmaking. It's not done by way of executive order. With respect to the point about murderers and others hiding at schools and places of worship, also did not happen. And the reason why is they can't point to a single incident when that's actually occurred. The reason why the enforcement hasn't happened and we can't point to a bevy of incidents of raids happening at this exact moment is because for 30 plus years until January of 2025, the sensitive locations doctrine was in place, precluding enforcement at these locations. In the last several months, there have been contact points, which is why I specifically mentioned the issue, an incident that occurred in Los Angeles. The final point I'll leave folks with to be potentially contemplative of is, are you willing to now, oftentimes the same folks who push back on COVID mandates at the peak of COVID, when even for a finite period there was a shutdown of anything, are you now willing to say you so trust the federal government that you're willing to forego and effectively ignore the 10th Amendment, precludes state and local governments from exercising what their policies are and blindly follow the words of an administration that's certainly not devoted right now to protecting, again, places of worship and schools from immigration enforcement. With that, we do want to thank you again, Chair Orenshaw and members of the committee, and we do hope you take this under work session. And again, always grateful to be before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, your testimony. Mr. Acibolo, thank you very much to everybody who took the time and had the patience to speak on the resolution today. Thank you to Assemblymember Gonzalez, Assemblymember Mosca for the presentation. I'd like to close the hearing on Assembly Joint Resolution 9, and we're very fortunate to have Assembly Majority Leader Howdigi. Please join us. Thank you for your patience, and we'll open the hearing on Assembly Joint Resolution 10.
Good evening, Chair Orenshaw and members of the committee. I do want to welcome Mr. Maurice Page, who's joining us down in the Las Vegas building as well. He's the Executive Director of the Nevada Housing Coalition, and he will be providing some remarks after mine, Chair. Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. I'm Sandra Howdigi, representing Assembly District 41, and I'm proud to be here today to present Assembly Joint Resolution 10. Nevada is facing a severe housing shortage, and this shortfall has led to skyrocketing rents and home prices, making it increasingly difficult for working families, young professionals, and retirees to find affordable housing. According to a study by Applied Analysis done in 2022, we had approximately 10 years left of land to build on in southern Nevada. That was 3 years ago. We are expected to exhaust our ability to build by 2032. That is in 7 years. We have only 7 years left of land to build on. This housing epidemic isn't just about a housing supply shortage, but also a land shortage. I know through my work on housing issues that there is no one-size solution to solving the affordability and housing epidemic. This resolution alone will not solve the problem, which is why I'm working on various bills that deal with protecting tenants and seniors, Assembly Bill 241, which will open up more buildable infill lots for multifamily dwellings and mixed-use development in rundown, underutilized retail and commercial lots, and AJR 10, which you have before you. Assembly Joint Resolution 10 does not change the law in Nevada. It is a resolution sent to D.C. encouraging the federal government to work with our federal delegation and state government to pass Senator Cortez Masto's lands bill. That is all. It is a resolution encouraging the federal government to pass the federal lands bill to ensure we meet the state's long-term environmental and housing goals. The lands bill introduced by Senators Catherine Cortez Masto and Jackie Rosen provide clear examples of what this balance can look like in practice. Their legislation has consistently prioritized the designation of new conservation areas and wildlife protections while also identifying specific lands near urban centers for responsible development. These bills demonstrate that it is possible to protect public lands and ecosystems while still addressing Nevada's urgent housing needs. I thank Senators Cortez Masto and Jackie Rosen for bringing these common sense solutions to address our housing needs. Committee, some quick facts for you. 1, in Las Vegas alone, rents have surged by over 40% in the past 5 years. Reno has experienced a notable increase in rental prices. In 2020, the average apartment in Reno's Sparks area was approximately $1,680. As of February 2025, the average rent for an apartment in Reno stands at $1,831. Homeownership is also becoming unattainable for many, with median home prices hovering around $450,000, far outpacing wage growth. According to Zillow, you needed to make at least $120,000 per year to afford a mortgage in 2024. And last, nearly 1 in 4 Nevada renters spends more than 50% of their income on housing, placing them at risk of financial instability. Chair and committee members, to combat this national housing epidemic, we have to speed up the application to permit process, which I did last year via Assembly Bill 213. We also have to incentivize building of entry-level housing for homeownership opportunities and help Nevadans purchase homes, which we are doing this year as well. We have to rezone commercial lots so multifamily development can be built on them. We have to allow for ADUs. We have to limit out-of-state corporate ownership of housing. We have to protect tenants from hidden fees and create a fair summary eviction process. All of this we are doing this year. But we also have to plan for the future of housing, which means addressing our land shortage while protecting public lands. With a series of solutions that we have before us, we can ensure that every Nevadan can live in a place of pride and dignity, and most importantly, one they can afford. Chair Orenshaw, I would now like to go to Mr. Page down in Las Vegas.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader Howdicke. Mr. Page, thank you for your patience. Appreciate you being down in Las Vegas to help us with Assembly Joint Resolution 10. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Owenshaw, Vice Chair Daly, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Maurice Page. I'm the Executive Director for the Nevada Housing Coalition. The Nevada Housing Coalition is a statewide nonprofit working to promote the development and preservation of affordable housing. Our organization includes over 350 members across the state, from the urban and rural communities, public and private sectors, developers, builders, finance, community service providers, and advocates. And so today, I appreciate and say thank you for the opportunity to speak about one of the most urgent and foundational challenges facing our state, the availability and affordability of housing. Today, I want to highlight why the Assembly Joint Resolution 10, AJR 10, is not just a policy, but not just a policy proposal, but a critical step forward in shaping Nevada's future. AJR 10 urges the federal government to release federally managed land to the state and our local governments for the purpose of building housing. At its core, this resolution is about unlocking land to unlock opportunity. Nevada is in the middle of a housing crisis, as we all know. According to the National Low Income Housing Coalition, we face a shortage of 80,000, close to 80,000 affordable rental homes for extremely low income Nevadans. This is not just about homelessness. This is about working families, teachers, hospitality workers, seniors being priced out of their communities. A significant barrier to addressing this shortage is access to developable land. Over 85% of Nevada is federally owned, the highest percentage of any state. This leaves our cities and counties struggling to plan for housing growth, even when funding and developers are aligned. Looking ahead, Southern Nevada alone anticipates the need for 440,000 new housing units by 2050, just to keep up with the population growth and replace obsolete housing stock. This would include 307,000 single-family homes, including small lot and townhome developments, 125,000 multifamily units, and 8,000 mobile homes. These numbers are not abstract. They reflect the real and growing demand from young families, essential workers, and retirees who want to stay in Nevada. At the same time, we face workforce shortages in construction, higher costs for materials, and growing economic equality. If we do not plan now, if we do not make land available now, we risk falling further behind, with consequences for our economy, infrastructure, and social fabric. AJR 10 specifically supports the Southern Nevada Economic Development and Conservation Act, introduced by CCM. This bipartisan federal legislation takes a balanced approach, proposing the release of targeted BLM parcels for responsible development. This is strategic, smart growth that enables us to develop new homes in locations connected to transit and jobs, foster public-private partnerships for workforce and sustainable housing, preserve open spaces and wildlife corridors, expand infrastructure in a coordinated manner. In Nevada, high housing costs are making it harder for businesses to recruit and retain workers. Long commutes from distant, affordable housing contribute to job turnover, family instability, and economic inefficiencies. Housing is no longer just a social issue, it is an economic development priority. Releasing federal land through AJR 10 and supporting legislation is a tangible way for the federal government to partner with Nevada in fixing a systematic barrier. This bill sends a clear message. Nevada is ready to build. But we cannot close the housing gap without expanding our land base. We can't build affordable homes if land prices continue to soar due to scarcity. And we can't continue to grow sustainably if families and businesses are pushed further out or priced out altogether. Let's support AJR 10. Let's take this bold, practical, and overdue towards solving our housing crisis and securing Nevada's future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Page. Thank you, Majority Leader Howdicke. Appreciate your presentation on Assembly Joint Resolution 10. Members, any questions either for Mr. Page or Majority Leader Howdicke? Vice Chair Daley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you answered some of the stuff I was looking for reading it, and I'm not as familiar with the lands bill in Southern Nevada. So can you describe a little bit the Southern Nevada Economic Development and Conservation Act? Said it twice, right? And the status, if it has to be brought back up, if it was tabled like the Northern Nevada one was that Rosen had. So just the status, describe what we're doing and the balance that's in the proposal.
Thank you, Senator Daley. Assemblymember Sandra Haudegui for the record. So Senator Cortez Masto did this year reintroduce her lands bill, and just some highlights of the bill. And I'm grabbing this directly from her website where she talks about the highlights of the bill. But the legislation would allow Clark County to develop up to 25,000 acres over the next 50 years while preserving over 2 million acres of land for conservation and outdoor recreation.
And thank you. I just wanted to understand that. I was familiar with the Northern Nevada one that Senator Rosen had, which also got killed by, who's the guy from Wyoming, Barrasso or something like that, who tanked it, and he basically brought up Harry Reid and said, why should we give Nevada? And I'm just going, no accounting for some people, but nevertheless. I just wanted to make sure I understood, because I know we've seen resolutions in the past, not from you, but where they want to just give it all to us, and I think that would be detrimental to the state overall long term. This is narrow. This has been developed. There's been negotiations on what's disposable land with BLM, and encouraging Congress to help us out with this, I think, has been thought out. And so anyway, I just wanted to get some of that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. And if you'd like more details, I can read more details, but that's overarching the highlights of it.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Any other questions? Not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much. We'll now open it up to support for Assembly Joint Resolution 10, either in Carson City or in Las Vegas. Why don't we start in Carson City, and then we'll head down to Las Vegas after that. Whoever would like to begin, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Orenshaw and Vice Chair Daley and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mindy Elliott. It's a housing bill, so here I am. Today I am here on behalf of both the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority and the Nevada Rural Housing Authority in support of AJR 10. Together, the two organizations serve thousands of Nevadans across urban and rural communities, and while their geographies may differ, they face a common challenge, the lack of access to developable land. With more than 85% of Nevada federally managed, their ability to build affordable housing is often constrained, even when funding, developers, and community support are aligned. AJR 10 urges the federal government to release land specifically for housing. This is not about unchecked expansion. It's about strategic, responsible growth that allows our communities to meet the real needs of families, seniors, and essential workers. We want to thank Assemblymember Haudegui for bringing forward AJR 10 and urge your support to help Nevada tackle one of the most critical barriers to housing development. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elliott, for your testimony. State your name for the record and proceed.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Dave Daslich, D-A-Z-L-I-C-H, with McDonald Corano on behalf of the Builders Association of Northern Nevada. The Builders Association of Northern Nevada is in strong support of AJR 10 and thanks Majority Leader Haudegui for bringing this measure forward. We all share a common concern: the high cost of housing in Nevada and the barriers it creates for individuals and families who aspire to home ownership. These prices are not arbitrary. They're the result of basic economics: high demand and too little supply. The primary constraint on supply is the ready availability of land. Our congressional delegation has been supportive of making more federal land available for housing. We thank and support our federal delegation for their efforts and believe that the passage of AJR 10 will build on those efforts and make the dream of home ownership available to more Nevadans. Although AJR 10 is limited to the Southern Nevada Economic Development and Conservation Act, we believe that it sets an important precedent by recognizing that more federal land should be made available for housing. We also support collaborative efforts among all stakeholders when it comes to the disposal of public lands. Working together, we can identify the best use of federal lands in Nevada. Again, we thank Majority Leader Haudegui for championing efforts to make land more available for housing in Nevada, and the Builders Association of Northern Nevada urges your support for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Whoever would like to begin next, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Nicole Rourke, representing the City of Henderson. AJR 10 urges the support and passage of the Southern Nevada Economic Development and Conservation Act. In that act is a limited transition area which supports development in West Henderson, and for that reason we urge your support of this AJR 10. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee, for the record, John Sandy here today on behalf of the Nevada State Apartment Association. I could not express our support better than my colleagues, so I will say me too. Thank you for the opportunity to be before you, and thank you to Majority Leader Howdigi for this important piece of legislation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sandy. Good evening, sir. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good evening, members of the committee. Steve Acroth, STEVE. AICHROTH, Administrator of the Nevada Housing Division. Here in support, it's very unusual that the Housing Division will come in support of a particular bill. And it's actually very interesting that we're here at the Legislative Operations and Elections Committee, because this is not one that we've appeared for, which kind of demonstrates the importance of housing in the state. As part of the executive branch, I'd like to formally express that the governor is appreciative of the legislator's efforts to support the transfer of federal lands for the development of attainable and affordable housing, and would like to thank Assemblywoman Howdigi for bringing forward this resolution. Land is a critical component in the financing structure of the development of affordable housing, and certainly if we can get land, if it's representative of what currently is available at $100 an acre, and we can reduce the cost of the land to develop this affordable housing, then we can build it. It's extremely important to understand that this is being done on a very limited basis currently. We have existing developments that are done with community input, as you heard from the City of Henderson, and we are in strong support of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acroth. I just actually have a quick question. What would be your view if this federal act passes to, developers being able to get land to build housing compared to the current Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act? Like, what do you see as the advantages to the pending act in Congress versus the existing SNPLMA?
Steve Acroth for the record. Basically, it's an expansion as I understand it. It does a couple of things. It expands the areas where we could potentially develop. A lot of those are in infill areas currently, so I'm not exactly sure of where that land is, but it also does the flip side of that and conserves land on the other side. 2 million acres of land is conserved. 25,000 acres is available for development.
Thank you very much, Director Acroth. Thank you. Members, any additional questions for the Director of the Housing Division? No. All right, thank you. Whoever would like to go next, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Committee, and thank you, Chair Orenshaw. My name is Joshua Skaggs, and I'm the Legislative Affairs Director for the Nevada Republican Party here in support of AJR 10. The Nevada Republican Party supports AJR 10, and we thank Assemblymember Sandra Howdigi for bringing it forward. Our platform states we support the relinquishing of federal control of public lands to the state. This supports the data sharing agreement that Governor Lombardo just signed with the Bureau of Land Management to help facilitate the release of federal land. The bill had significant bipartisan support in the Assembly, with all Republicans and most Democrats in favor, and we hope that the Senate will pass this resolution as well. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Skaggs. Thanks for your testimony. Good evening, sir. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Paul Maratkin with the Vegas Chamber. The Chamber is also supportive of AJR 10 and appreciate the bill sponsors' thoughtfulness into the resolution. This aligns the Chamber's federal agenda on the release of public lands for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maratkin. Thanks for your testimony. Down in Las Vegas, I see two witnesses at the table. Whoever would like to begin, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Chair Orenshaw, Vice Chair Daly, and members of the committee, my name is Tina Frias, and I have the privilege of serving as the CEO of the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of AJR 10. This resolution, brought by Majority Leader Howdigi, targets the supply side challenges that have played a major role in driving up housing costs and limiting access to homes for hard-working Nevadans. Research from respected institutions, including the Gwynn Center, UNLV's Lead Center for Real Estate, Brookings Mountain West, and the Nevada Housing Coalition consistently underscores the urgent need to increase housing supply to keep up with our ongoing population and support Nevada's long-term economic viability. Unfortunately, our housing supply shortage has resulted in a severe economic imbalance. Lack of land for residential development poses a profound challenge. Nevada is projected to run out of land for development in less than 8 years. As developable land becomes scarcer, land prices have surged from $1 million to $1.8 million per acre in southern Nevada. Until we begin reversing current market trends by utilizing all of the tools available at our disposal, our land shortage will become increasingly more problematic. As I have previously stated publicly, the Southern Nevada Economic Development and Conservation Act represents a critical step towards alleviating these challenges. By expanding access to land for housing development, it addresses one of the core issues driving up housing costs. While we do hope to see Congress ultimately allocate more land for housing development, we support the legislation as a critical step forward. AJR 10, in concert with state and federal collaboration, is essential to addressing our housing supply shortage. Our common history has taught us that as Nevadans, when we join together toward a shared goal, we can rely on our proven track record of success and know that together we can create the kind of attainable housing opportunities that Nevadans are striving for. Nevada must urgently inform Congress in unambiguous terms that we are united in this.
And so forth. What we're seeing is the unintended consequences of the 1998 Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act. And this has been very instrumental with fueling real estate bubbles in the 2000s and the one that we have now. Not to mention these boom and bust cycles, which brought us bailouts, and now all the issues we have as a result of shortage of labor, lumber, low competition, and even people like myself, who's only 32 years old, who would like to buy a house at a lower price. We believe that this whole process of releasing land, lack of supply, scarcity is unacceptable, and it has to change. I am the local chapter director of Strong Towns Las Vegas, which seeks urban planning reform. And I myself moved here to build planned new cities as a real estate developer that's an alternative to the status quo, which leads me to my other point. As we release federal lands, we hope to see that new urban planning takes place. I also, however, I'm very concerned about the environment, and there are going to be some opposition to it. But our environmental problems is because of our land use policy. We need to make sure that street design, along with mixed-use development, as the sponsor has talked about, removing parking requirements, separating fast and slow-moving traffic, moving away from strip malls, cul-de-sacs, gated neighborhoods, all of that matter. We need to repurpose city and county boundaries. And personally, I believe that federal policy, federal lands, should be given to an authority in the state and the county. We should remove the disposal boundary and make it easier to auction lands to future developers. So I urge you all to please pass this bill. And if you are concerned about outward development, make infill development more efficient. And not to mention, let's make sure we don't have eviction moratoriums like we saw in the last 5 years, which is part of the surge in housing costs. So thank you so much, and please pass this bill, and let's grow responsibly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ojadi. I don't see anyone else in Las Vegas or Carson City coming to the table. Broadcasting, do we have anyone on the phone lines who wishes to speak in support of Assembly Joint Resolution 10?
If you'd like to testify in support of AJR 10, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Kelly Crompton, representing the City of Las Vegas. The City of Las Vegas would like to thank the sponsors for bringing this bill forward. We think it is an important tool that we can use to continue to grow and build affordable housing within the city limits and within the region. We thank you for your time and support this bill. Thank you.
Chair, members of the committee, Samantha Barnes, BARNES, on behalf of Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, LVGEA is here today in full support. Thank you.
Catherine Ivanov, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello? Oh, IVANOSS. Hi. I'm in support of this bill. I really don't understand why the federal government owns our land and why we need to have a permission for them to release land to us. However, since that's what we need to do, I am in full support of the bill, and I hope that they release all the land that they own to us, not just 20%, 5%. It is my understanding that out of all the states, most of the land from Nevada is owned by the federal government. So that makes me sad as a Nevadan. I wish we can own our own land. And I also want to mention that a lot of Californians are moving here because they don't like the laws in California. So please don't California our Nevada. Thank you and have a lovely day.
Yeah, hi. Thank you. My name is Jonas Waldo again. I'm actually with Berkshire Hathaway, and I'm part of the real estate association as well. Speaking as an individual, I support the resolution, AJR 10. And in addition to that, in addition to releasing land, I also support the idea of corporate owners or hedge funds, this and that owns over $5 million worth of real estate to also be have a surge charge on them. But yeah, I definitely support AJR 10. Thank you.
If you have recently joined and would like to testify in support of AJR 10, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Public line is open and working. There are no more callers at this time.
Thank you very much, Broadcasting. And again, I want to remind anyone, if they didn't get a chance to testify in person or via the phone lines, you can submit written testimony and to our committee via email or U.S. postal mail. We will make it part of the record. You can also fax it. That number should be on our agenda and on the committee's website. I'd like to now go to, well, actually, before I go to opposition, I just wanted to announce if anyone is waiting around for the hearing on Assembly Joint Resolution 14, we are not going to hear Assembly Joint Resolution 14 today. We have re-agendized it to tomorrow's agenda. Tomorrow morning. So if anyone is waiting to hear AJR 14, we've had communication with the sponsor and the hour's just getting a little too late. So we will hear AJR 14 tomorrow. I'd like to now go to opposition on Assembly Joint Resolution 10. Anyone who's here in Carson City or down in Las Vegas, please come forward, state your name for the record, and proceed. We'll start here in Carson City, and then we'll go down to Las Vegas.
Senator, I'm Kyle Roerink. I'm the executive director of the Great Basin Water Network. I want to thank you for making the time to hold a hearing on this measure, and I do sincerely thank the bill sponsor for all the work that she's doing on housing outside of this issue. But you know, one thing that we haven't discussed today, haven't heard one supporter say once, is the word water, or the words Colorado River. Lake Mead is 33% full. So what this bill is going to do is going to require pipelines of water, Colorado River water, to go to where they've never been before, in places like Jean Lake Valley or Hidden Valley by Sloan Canyon and elsewhere, down to Ivanpah. The best scholars on the Colorado River have said that we've lost 20% of flows since the year 2000. And they also say that we're likely to lose another 20% in the coming decades. So many of the folks who were sitting behind me years ago in fights that you certainly remember, Senator, over water, over importing water to Las Vegas. You know, what are we setting ourselves up for? And I think right now what we really need is to be prudent and to be measured and to not sell off public lands south of the Las Vegas Valley to invite 1 million more people, you know, with so much uncertainty on the river. And I think as it relates to uncertainty, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the cost to families. We've talked about SNPLMA being in effect since 1998. Have utility bills gone down for your constituents in Las Vegas? Are roads getting cheaper? Are schools getting cheaper? Is fire getting cheaper? Policing getting cheaper? So when we talk about this, we're talking about the cost of water, we're talking about the cost of living. We can't fill Lake Mead with rhetoric about housing. And I appreciate your time, and I thank you for the hearing, sir.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Roning. Whoever would like to go next, please state your name for the record and proceed here in Carson City.
Hello, Chair Orenshaw and members of the committee. My name is Jackie Spicer. I'm the coordinator of the Nevada Environmental Justice Coalition. We are a statewide coalition of 11 community organizations that are dedicated to building people power through grassroots organizing and policy advocacy. Together, we aim to liberate frontline communities from environmental hardship, and on behalf of the Nevada Environmental Justice Coalition, we are respectfully opposing AJR 10 today, just as many of our coalition members and allies have opposed the Southern Nevada Economic Development and Conservation Act for the last 6 years. At a time when climate scientists tell us we have less than a decade to take action to avoid the worst impacts of climate change, this proposed expansion will only make matters worse if urban development continues as it has in the past, without consideration of climate resiliency or the impacts on frontline communities. This act will lead to urban sprawl by opening up public lands for developers. Sprawl increases the distance between homes, businesses, services, and jobs, which raises the cost of providing infrastructure and public services. Sprawling cities have seen more heat-related deaths than highly dense cities, and Clark County saw 526 deaths from extreme heat last year alone. Las Vegas already grapples with the consequences of unsustainable growth, and tens of thousands of acres of new sprawl development will lead to increased carbon emissions and air pollution from more personal vehicle usage and indoor air conditioning usage, as well as increased urban heat island effects from more pavement, buildings, and low-density rooftops. It'll also lead to perpetuating historical housing inequities by creating new residential areas without public transportation, only accessible to wealthy residents. And last, diverting county resources from improvements in existing low-income communities to community improvements in new outlying areas. In addition, the claim that this act will lead to more affordable housing options is not guaranteed. We'd like to echo the sentiments from Congresswoman Dina Titus in her address to the Nevada Legislature 2 weeks ago that there are serious concerns with that claim. We envision a future where infill development of our existing neighborhoods is prioritized. This vision is supported by the RTC of Southern Nevada's 2025 Underutilized Land Inventory Report, which found nearly 80,000 acres of vacant or underutilized land within the existing growth boundary that could be developed instead. This bill is an unnecessary giveaway to rich developers while frontline communities continue to be economically marginalized by existing policies. When our mission is to liberate frontline communities from environmental hardship, we cannot ignore the consequences of sacrificing communities within the urban heat islands for unchecked sprawl. Thank you for your time and for your dedication to the people of our state.
For your testimony, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Olivia Tanager. For the record, I'm going to let my colleague down south give testimony on behalf of our organization, so I'm here just to provide a couple of facts and some context on behalf of Olivia Tanager. The public lands that this bill purports to protect, I just do want to note, aren't really threatened, and they are already largely protected. And so when folks talk about conservation associated with the Southern Nevada Economic Development Conservation Act, I do want to point out that a lot of those lands aren't really threatened. That conservation doesn't help us a whole lot. Otherwise, you might see me up here in support. A lot of the land that you've heard about for affordable housing is not guaranteed, as Ms. Spicer just said, for affordable housing. In fact, a lot of it's going to be for warehouses and manufacturing. So when we talk about this as an affordable housing measure, there is no guarantee that's going to be for affordable housing. And furthermore, do we want affordable housing out in Jean? Who's going to want to live there? That's not affordable housing. We have to plan for the future of Southern Nevada and Nevada as a whole, and this bill really does not help us move forward in a way that is sustainable and that is community-oriented. I did want to speak briefly as somebody who lives in Northern Nevada about why folks who live outside of Clark County should be concerned about this bill. As Mr. Roerink talked about, there have been many attempts from folks in Clark County to recover some of the water from other places in Nevada, to reach for water in places that are more water wealthy, like up here in Northern Nevada or other places across the state of Nevada, taking rural communities' water for the greed of developers in Southern Nevada. And for that, my organization will just not stand for that. And I think you all should really be cautious in supporting that as well. Public lands are being treated like private property through this bill. In order to auction off Nevada's lands to the highest bidder, I do want to note that they're going to have to contend with the thousands of Nevadans who will tell them to stop looking at Nevadans and Nevada in our public lands as a piggy bank, and to start investing in the future Nevadans want. Lower utility cost, affordable housing near where Nevadans work and go to school, public transportation that's easy and safe. Folks don't want housing out in Jean. They don't want resources taken away from their communities in East Las Vegas when folks already struggle to get around on public transportation, when folks are already struggling to pay their utility bills. They don't want their utility bills going up. So with that, I just wanted to provide some additional facts because obviously we've been very engaged on this issue for quite a while, and I think it's important that you all get the full context. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony, Ms. Tanager. Whoever would like to go next, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Noe Orozco. That's N-O-E, accent over the E, O-R-O-S-C-O. And I'm the Government Affairs Manager with Make the Road Nevada. We're also in opposition to AJR 10. And just adding to what the previous speaker had just said, just that full context, our gente, which makes up a substantial portion of our essential workforce, has been pushed to the geographic and economic periphery. As the sprawling development continues, we are pushed further away from job opportunities, healthcare, and public service. Expanding housing development far beyond established neighborhoods, businesses, and services creates a heavy dependence on personal transportation, and for those who do not have access to personal vehicle, already face barriers with reliable public transportation. Mercedes, who would attend who would visit the Make the Road office often, would wake up at 5 a.m. every day, walk a mile to get to the bus stop, and then it would take her about 50 minutes to arrive to a site where her employer would be able to pick her up. That wasn't even for her job. From there, they would be able to take her to the site where she was working, and then after that full days of shift, she would take that bus back and then trek that final mile before she would get back home. For people like Mercedes and our gente in general, the lack of accessible housing and transportation options turn each workday into a test of endurance, illustrating how sprawling development patterns can burden those who are already navigating a life with fewer resources. And for that, we're opposed to it. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony, Mr. Roscoe. Good evening. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Tara Webster, Tarawebster. I'm here with the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada in opposition of AJR 10. On behalf of PLAN, we're deeply concerned about the potential impacts of handing over public land to corporate developers. As we see more growth and development in our great state, we should be taking a holistic look at how we manage the housing crisis. Through navigating limited water supply, extractive industries, sprawl, and increased land grabs across Nevada, we must continue to ensure that we're placing the people and the planet first. As the Senator mentioned, this resolution doesn't do much to address access to affordable housing. It also doesn't take into account the financial strain that sprawl would bring to already struggling community services, public transit, and school districts that would be needed in these new developments. What this resolution will do is aid in the disruption and destruction of fragile ecosystems. This resolution will perpetuate historical housing inequities and hurt marginalized communities by creating concentrated poverty hubs. We need sustainable and research-based solutions to address the housing crisis. We need to restore our aging neighborhoods and infrastructure and prioritize infill on the over 80,000 acres of available land in southern Nevada. Divesting our public lands sets a bad precedent and opens the door for the rest of our state to be sold off piece by piece, and we urge you to vote against AJR 10.
Very much, Ms. Webster. I'd like to now go down to Las Vegas. Whoever would like to begin, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Hello, my name is Vinny Spottelson, Spotleson, speaking on behalf of Sierra Club. I want to thank you, Chairman, and I want to apologize for how upset I was earlier about the rescheduling of this hearing. But I think with 4 hours notice, this is the first time Las Vegas has had the opportunity to weigh in on the proposed sprawl since this bill came out. Catherine Cortez Masto, our senator, has never held a town hall. Clark County has never held a public meeting on this issue, and the Assembly did not have a hearing on this resolution. So I do think that there would be much more people here in opposition if they had time and if they were aware that this was happening. And I do think that this issue will linger on further. I do want to point out that the Review Journal today says inventory flooding Las Vegas Valley's home market with no buyers in sight. And I also want to just point out a few things. I do want to thank my Assembly member, Sandra Howdegi, for AB 241, because we do need to do infill development. The idea that we only have 7 years of buildable land left is based on a flawed analysis that would assume a very, very sprawling development like the old style sprawl. All 4 studies the home builders cited are based on that same land analysis. So if you actually looked at the available and underutilized land within the SNPLMA boundary and you built multi-story homes on it, we could fit 7 million more people 7 million total people in the Las Vegas Valley. We don't plan on doing that, and we probably shouldn't, but that's possible is the point. This bill, the Southern Nevada Economic Development and Conservation Act, does nothing to stabilize or lower rents. It does nothing to lower home prices. It does nothing to pay people more so that they can afford a mortgage. It just gives land to developers. That's all. But it does have a lot of harms. The city of Henderson and Clark County studied this issue. It would use 49 million gallons of water a day. That is 18% of our entire allocation out of the Colorado River. We just had that allocation cut 7%. We're losing water, and and this bill proposes to increase it by almost 1/5 of our total usage. It would contribute to urban heat. We have the fastest warming urban heat island effect. Building more concrete, more pavement, bringing more pollution into the valley creates an ozone effect, which traps that pollution in our most vulnerable residents. It is a huge source of more climate pollution. So it's going all the wrong way on all of the environmental factors, and it would lead to billions and billions of dollars of infrastructure costs. And when I was working for Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, when I was working for Congresswoman Dina Titus in the past, the Clark County Water District staff, the Reclamation District staff has told me, Don't do this. We can't afford it. This is a terrible engineering idea. I've heard from staff on the Southern Nevada Water Authority who don't want to speak publicly because they're afraid for their jobs. Don't do this. This is really bad for our water. So I'm urging you to vote no on AJR 10, to not sprawl Las Vegas out, and to not support this resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Whoever would like to go next, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Minjia Yan, Minjiayan, and I'm a real estate professional and a resident of Southern Nevada. And I'm here to oppose AJR 10 because this resolution promotes urban sprawl. First of all, sprawl is expensive and it leads to higher taxes. Sprawl forces taxpayers to fund costly new infrastructure, services, and roads that are far from existing urban employment and transit hubs. These financial burdens would divert funds from critical priorities like education and healthcare. Many municipalities find the residential sprawl generates less tax revenue than it costs to build and maintain, leading to higher taxes or service cuts, disproportionately impacting rural and underserviced communities. Secondly, sprawl steals resources from affordable housing. Because of how expensive it is, sprawl shifts public investment to low-density suburbs, leaving urban affordable housing and transit programs underfunded and deteriorating. Areas like downtown Las Vegas, Naked City, Maryland Parkway, downtown North Las Vegas, Charleston, East Las Vegas, historic West Side, and my favorite neighborhood, Chinatown, where many low-income and minority communities live, and they have been historically left out and cut off from public investment. The real cost of housing is the cost of housing plus cost of transportation. Car dependency is sprawling suburbs, forces low-income residents to spend a significant portion of their income on transportation and owning a car, making their cost of living even higher. Number three, sprawl deepens racial wealth gap. Urban sprawl is not just a land use issue, it is a barrier to equity that deepens racial and economic divergence. Federal subsidies once built wealth through suburban home ownership, while redlining denying Black families the same chance. True housing justice means housing affordable housing in opportunity-rich areas near jobs, transit hubs, healthcare, services, and amenities. Some argue we need more land to solve the housing crisis. But consider this. According to United Way, the U.S. has 16 million vacant homes, enough to house every homeless person 6 times over. The solution isn't more land, but smarter policies. RTC Southern Nevada released its 2025 underutilized land inventory study and found 78,000 acres of land within the SNPA boundary that we can develop. That's equivalent to the size of the city of Henderson. Of that land, about 85% was classified as vacant. When we revitalize vacant lots, upgrade existing infrastructures, we can create jobs, attract businesses, and boost local economy and tax revenues. And we also need to preserve affordable housing stocks that we currently have. We cannot build ourselves out of this housing crisis. It's like trying to fill a bathtub with an open drain. Yes, 85% of the land in Nevada is public land because that's what makes Nevada unique and a great place to live. That's the people's land, not owned by a municipality or developer. A city's strength isn't measured by how far it spreads out, but by how deeply it invests in the roots of its communities and people, and how boldly it defends the beautiful land and clean air and water for its children. And as someone who grew up in the Las Vegas area and is proud Nevadan, I just want to close up my comment by saying, Nevada is not for sale. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Whoever would like to go next, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good evening, Chair Orenshaw and members of the committee. My name is Liz Becker, Lizbecker, and I'd like to start by thanking you for moving AJR 14 because I want to go home for dinner and I want to also testify on that tomorrow. I am a member of the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada, as well as the Nevada Environmental Justice Coalition, but I'm here speaking today in my personal capacity. I am a former instructor of environmental policy at CSN and UNLV, and one of those former employees of SNWA in the Conservation Department who very much disagrees with some of the data being presented about this issue. Full disclosure, I'm also quite irritated that this resolution did not receive a hearing on the Assembly side before being voted on. And I feel that this hearing was rushed and is being held on May Day when many of the folks who care about this issue are participating in our democracy and exercising their right to protest in favor of workers' rights on the Strip right now. I am opposed to AJR 10 for all the reasons already stated. I second Rep. Titus's concerns from her address to the legislature. I am a strong proponent of sensible urban planning and the necessity of urban planning, and I do appreciate that public lands would be protected in AJR 10, but I do not agree with the unfounded assertions that the Southern Nevada Economic Development and Conservation Act will ease our affordable housing crisis. It will do just the opposite and line the pockets of developers, and I am in strong opposition. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Whoever would like to go next, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Hi, everybody. My name's John Pellisier. I'm a Southern Nevada native of Las Vegas. Been here all my life. I've watched this town grow from 200,000 to 2-point-some million people that we are at now. I'm currently the president of Southern Nevada Off-Road Enthusiasts, which is SNOR for short. So I'm here as a over 35-year representative of an off-road racing promoter organization. We are the oldest off-road racing promoter in the United States of America. We're all volunteer, so I do this out of the love of the sport and our public lands. We recreate on the lands, but we also put on competitive events. I'm also speaking for the thousands of OHV users that can't be here because of the short notice of this, the changing of this. I think it was very unacceptable that the changes were made, that this came up so short, and I think it speaks to the integrity of the people behind the bill to ram it through like this, and I think it's very unfortunate that we're having to do this, and I had to leave my day job to come here today.
And Mr.
At any rate,
I appreciate your comments on the bill, but again, I cannot have anybody attacking anybody's integrity. So
my
I
apologies.
appreciate your comments on the bill. Please go ahead and.
Okay, my apologies. OHV users are being pushed beyond reasonable distances just to recreate. We barely have any space. We have Nellis Dunes, which is only about 9,000 acres. Part of that, which is a private mining claim, but it's not really public lands to control. We have Jean area right now, which was promised to be left that way. We pretty much lost El Dorado Valley. We had raced out there for 35 plus years, and it was taken away in the name of conservation by Clark County and told it was being put in the easement of the 100 and some thousand acres that they needed for conservation. Well, if anybody's been out in that area lately, they know what it turned into, 100 and some thousand solar panels. That's not conservation to me. Same thing with Sloan. There used to be able to be competitive events in the Sloan area. We've been pushed beyond that. The non-attainment dust line's been pushed out beyond that area now. We only are allowable to put on competitive events in the Jean and Prim area, nothing on the other side. So casual users, actually generate millions of dollars of revenue for Southern Nevada and other municipalities as well. But competitive events definitely are a huge contributor to that, namely the Mint 400 that comes in town every year and generates a monstrous amount of people and revenue for Southern Nevada. Plus the small businesses that are here that service all of those users as well, whether you're a trailing around or whatever it may be, or a competitive user. Again, the few areas that I looked in the bill that are listed as options for OHV use are beyond, they're like an hour away from town. They're not really usable for competitive events. There needs to be infrastructure around for competitive events, hotel services, water, emergency response times if there's any kind of issues for anybody to get quick care without having to call Flight for Life. Again, expanding population, building into the Jean area. Again, what everybody said, there were some great comments earlier, starting with the gentleman from the Water Authority. Water. We're already in a massive. Everybody's constantly on the residents about conserving water, and now you want to bring the valley to another, massive expansion. It makes no sense. It's not right, and to think that we have enough for that is not good management for
AJR 10, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Caller with the phone number ending in 821, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes,
can hear you.
please continue.
Hello?
Yes, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Oh, sorry, something's going on my end. All right, hello, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Isaias Gallegos. ISAIAS I am a Nevada resident from the city of Las Vegas, and I'm concerned and am opposed to AJR 10. I agree with Liz Decker, and I believe that despite how this bill is presented, it will do more harm than good and will worsen our housing crisis. It will threaten our water security, it will threaten our public health, and will again, and I reiterate, threaten affordable housing. I urge you to oppose this AGR. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Oscar Williams again. I agree that we need to be thinking about the future. 50, 100-year plan for where we want Nevada to be. And one of the limitations is water, also power. The bill appears to emphasize the interests of the south of the state. And as other speakers have said, you got no water. So let's face it, this bill is really about northwestern Nevada. I'm in Washoe County. Washoe County is landlocked. We need to open up Washoe County big time. So let's talk about Washoe County for a second, because that's my purview. And by the way, to deviate for a second, a previous speaker mentioned that the median home price in Washoe County was under $400,000. I understand that the median home price is over $600,000. The cost of living in Washoe County is insane, and power is going up. There's a new sewer rate requirements going up. There are requests to go up. There property taxes going up. We are getting squeezed in the north, and it's obviously rather intentional, and it's rather uncomfortable. But I digress. There's also kind of a side issue there I want to bring in real fast. Reno, Washoe County has ratified new density planning, where every little available parcel will have duplex, triplex, quadplex, ADUs up the wazoo. And there's a new bill in the legislature right now to convert or rezone commercial properties for residential use. I suggest to you that those are all soft forms of gerrymandering. We're dealing with a really corrupt gerrymandering process. And the way we're going to get rid of that is to develop a new community outside of town, open up Washoe County. 90% of Washoe County is landlocked, and it's got to open up. Now, I have a suggestion. I have a dream for Washoe County. Please bear with me. Let's say we open up a new city, 50,000, 100,000 homes in maybe an hour north of Reno. We'll call it Oscarville. So Oscarville.
And Mr. Williams, we are at 2 minutes, so if you could wrap up your comments.
I'm just so happy to get the concept of Oscarville out there. I'm excited. But to wrap it up, sir, thank you very much, is that I oppose this bill. We need to open up Washoe County, but we got the water, we got a beautiful landscape, and the power will shift in the state from the south to the north if we do this, and I think that's a good thing for Washoe County. Thank you so very much.
Caller, you may need to unmute your phone to be able to continue.
Oh, good afternoon, Chairman Orenshaw and members. My name is Steve Scott, common spelling, and I'm a resident of Las Vegas. I'm opposing AJR 10 because this bill does not promote affordable housing. It only creates expensive sprawl. Proponents talk about releasing this land as absolutely necessary to build affordable housing, but the fact is Senator Mastow's federal land bill does not require affordable housing. The language of the Southern Nevada land bill does not require affordable housing. So the public should not expect that Southern Nevada home builders will be building the large quantities of affordable housing that we need. This is nothing more than the home builders pushing for a big, beautiful land grab. There are tens of thousands of acres of underutilized buildable land in the Las Vegas Valley that is zoned residential or can be zoned residential. Developers should use this available land first. I'm asking the committee not to urge the federal government to dispose of any of our land. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Orenshaw. My name is Ben Innes. That is Beniness. I'm the coalition manager for the Nevada Housing Justice Alliance. We are a statewide coalition of grassroots organizers and community advocates that fight for meaningful and lasting tenant protections in order to respond to our state's urgent and dire housing crisis. I want to thank Assemblymember Howdigi for bringing this bill, and as she acknowledged, a lot of her attention and work on housing throughout this session. It's not necessarily that we are opposed to responding to our state's need for accessible, attainable, and available housing. But until there is a guarantee that costs are reduced for working people, there's no guarantee to build out on these lands, that these houses will be attainable and available for the communities that need them most. And again, to reiterate some of her comments and others, desperately need a top to bottom, holistic approach, a both and yes and approach that includes some eviction reform, strong habitability laws, really putting limitations on the amount of homes that corporations, can hoard in our community. And so that's a small example of a long list of reasons why purely building will not solve our urgent crisis. So we respectfully oppose AJR 10. Thank you. Take care.
Good evening, Chair. My name is Jolina Walker, JOLLINA WALKER, and I am a resident of Las Vegas, Nevada, and I oppose AJR 10. Urban sprawl is a major concern for communities who are in desperate need of more infrastructure and support, especially when it comes to healthcare. Healthcare is a great concern of mine. I am a midwife and an IBCLC, a lactation consultant in this community, and getting support and services to pregnant and birthing people as hospitals are closing down maternity wards is a dire concern. Increasing sprawl out means that there are going to be more communities who are not being served by the current infrastructure and having to drive much longer distances in order to receive those services. I also want to point out something that a caller who was in support said. They said, don't California our Nevada, which I really saw a lot during the pandemic, where California residents had the cash and resources to move into Nevada and gobble up those housing options, where these sprawling communities are going to be an easier reach for those communities coming from California. And it's not going to be pouring into the people who live here, not going to be supporting the folks who are already earning their income in our city. I also want to say that the words offered by the Sierra Club and the NEJC are close to my heart because heat islands are real. The impact of urban heat islands and the impact of the environmental problems around breathing and air quality really impact our in-city communities. And until we can address all of those issues in a very holistic way, urban sprawl isn't going to get us where we need to be for the people who are living here now or the people that the state hopes to attract with this increase in urban sprawl housing. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hi, my name is Aaron Harris, AARON-HARRIS, and I strongly urge you to oppose this bill. A lot of folks who are presenting today provided really great options to improving our housing availability here in Southern Nevada, and none of those items are in this bill. As has been mentioned before, there's nothing that requires affordable housing, and by the time that this land, theoretically, if it was released, the cost of housing is only going to be higher from what it was now. And it really requires that we shift our priorities and the way we're thinking about growth. I'd also like to point out that the urban heat island is real. We hit 120 degrees last summer, and chances are, if we continue to sprawl in this way, we'll be seeing 130 degrees. I want you to keep in mind that the temperature that you feel outside in your neighborhood is correlated with how expensive the housing is in your area. We see areas in East Las Vegas see higher urban heat islands as well. The other thing I want to bring up, especially to those folks who are fiscally conservative, there is absolutely nothing fiscally conservative about this bill. We already know all of our water bills are going up, our electric bills are going up, police and firefighter departments are stretched, and we have to acknowledge the lie that we've been sold that growth pays for growth. If growth paid for growth, then our coffers would be absolutely overflowing. But the truth is every layer of government in this state is facing some kind of budget shortfall or is barely balancing the budget without any sort of improvement of services to accommodate for the fact that we've doubled our population in the last 20 years. Like I said, if we're really serious about growing, then we really need to start looking at the other options that were presented today about infill development and fees to corporate landlords. So I strongly urge you to oppose this bill. Thank you very much.
All right. Hello. Can people hear me?
Yes, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jose Silva. I'm a concerned citizen of here, Las Vegas, Nevada. I love this state. I love what it has to offer, both in the urban areas and the rural areas. I've traveled multiple times all throughout Nevada, and I have an appreciation for my folks living out there in the rural areas. But I do have some complaints with some of our leading officials. I appreciate Senator Jauregui for trying to take on the very real issue of increasing housing costs. I do want to ask folks in general, those who support this bill have told us, and actually what the previous speaker just said, that growth pays for growth. I don't see the correlation. I don't believe that to be true. We've had money put into the Allegiant Stadium. We've had brand new luxury casinos be built, and people still seem to be having difficulties with rising utility costs by Nevada Energy and just living costs in general. We were also just told by both two different federal governments, a Democratic federal government and a Republican federal government, by President Joe Biden and President Donald Trump, that the economy is doing wonderful, and yet somehow people in Las Vegas continue to get screwed over. I want to ask all of our officials, for listening to those who are paid to support this land bill. Do you really want to take a chance on expanding the city, and that it will correlate to costs going down? Do you really think that'll happen? if we were to start building 1,000 new homes down southern Las Vegas, are you saying that my rent is going to go down? That my landlord is like, hey, Jose, they're building houses down there. I'm going to lower your rent $100, $50. Is that what we're expected to believe? That Nevada Energy will be like, hey, actually, there's a couple more homes down that way. We're going to lower your power bill. If that's not the case, then I don't really understand where people who are in support are saying that our bills are going to go down, that our housing costs are going to go down. And also, what is it to someone who's living in the West Side, in the historic West Side, in East Las Vegas, Central Las Vegas, in Summerlin, in Centennial Hills? What is it to them for homes being built down in Southern Las Vegas, where their costs are going to go down as well? I think we need to focus on the almost 75,000 acres that RTC found in their report that are being that are vacant. Why don't we start there? Why is the senator looking to expand lands that are not necessarily in danger and telling us that we're going to protect them for you? Public lands are protected by the federal government from corporations. That's the reason why the federal government protects public land. Because we don't want them to be private land.
Mr. Silva, I appreciate your comments. We are past the 2 minutes. Any additional comments you'd like to make, you can submit in writing through email, fax machine, or U.S. mail to our committee secretary. We'll make that part of the record. We are past the 2 minutes, so if you could wrap up your comments.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. To wrap up my comment, I just want to reiterate the question. If we go forth with this lands bill, will my housing costs and utility costs go down as the folks who are in support are stating will happen? Thank you for your time.
Hi there, my name is Mariana Sarmiento for the record, MarianaSarmiento. Having been raised in Nevada in a poor working class family in East Las Vegas, having been raised on public transportation and working as an educator now with students who face similar issues, I recognize that AJR 10 does not address the root causes of the housing crisis we're facing. Instead, it fills the pockets of developers and puts corporate interests over actual Nevadans. There are Nevadans who are renting right now who need stronger tenant rights and policies that prioritize things like rent stabilization so they can have actual dignified, affordable, secure housing. Nevadans also need our leadership to stand up against corporate buyers and landlords. Nevadans need smart, research-backed urban planning that promotes infill and redevelopment, that supports mixed-use buildings and builds up instead of out. And Nevadans need housing near transit, right? They need significant investment in public transportation. They need connectivity between their housing, their employment, and their educational institutions. Unfortunately, this resolution does not address those concerns and instead promotes urban sprawl, threatens our water supply, our water safety, as we've heard. It increases the impact of the urban heat island effect that increasingly impacts our low-income communities the most. So for those reasons, I oppose this resolution. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shanzeh Aslam, ShanZeHASLAM. I'm a community advocate in Southern Nevada. As many others in opposition have spoken up, urban sprawl exacerbates many issues that others have mentioned, so I'd like to just ditto those concerns. We have seen in the last 5 years that extreme weather events are becoming more frequent and more severe. Sprawling cities have more heat-related deaths, and in Clark County alone, we've seen 526 deaths last year. Like someone else named, Las Vegas is becoming unlivable and unbearable. We cannot divert more resources from improvements in existing low-income communities to community improvements in new areas. Our resources are already stretched very thin, and this bill does not resolve anything. So I ask our elected leaders, please do not destroy public lands, don't destroy important wildlife habitats, and please don't contribute to making Las Vegas unlivable. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sabina Malik, and I chair the Southern Nevada Food Council. AJR 10 is an irresponsible use of Nevada land and is written much too broadly to support strategic planning for expansion that ensures our community grows with respect to our environment, affordable housing, public transit access, and our resources, especially food security in these further out areas. We just completed a grocery cost analysis that found groceries in further out areas and rural areas can cost nearly 4 times as much as within our current urban areas. We need better planning. There are much better bills and efforts that support affordable housing, especially with planning using the results of the vacant lands inventory. AJR 10 does not support our community and is written for developers looking to make a profit without any support for our community. Oppose this bill to take control for well-planned and strategic growth instead of harmful urban sprawl. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Alvin Chan, spelled A-L-V-I-N, last name Chan, C-H-A-N. And tonight I am testifying in my personal capacity in opposition to AJR 10. First, I want to acknowledge the need in the Las Vegas Valley for additional affordable housing, but it is my belief that government should act in the most prudent manner, not the easiest or the most convenient manner. And AJR 10 is the easiest and most convenient manner. First of all, AJR 10 offers no guarantees for affordable housing. The disposal area supports development and allows for affordable housing, but most of it isn't even designated for housing, let alone affordable housing. To be frank, all it takes is a drive around Enterprise or Northwest Las Vegas to see that the newest homes and developments being built are all geared towards upper middle class families, either all large single family housing or expensive apartments. Instead, we should look to the nearly 80,000 acres of vacant or underutilized land within the sniffable boundaries. But let's call this bill for what it is, a giveaway to rich developers that have already profited off the backs of the working class and marginalized families that are in Las Vegas now and plan to continue profiting off of them for decades to come if AJR 10 is passed. Let's quickly review what this bill will do. It'll increase carbon emissions from both vehicle miles traveled as well as lowered efficiency from indoor climate control. It'll eat into the very small amount of existing water that we have available to us now. It'll increase the urban heat island effect from more pavement and low density rooftops, ultimately perpetuating historical housing inequities by creating de facto exclusion zones. It'll divert even more resources from improvements in existing low income communities to community improvements in new wealthy outlying areas. I will also echo all the environmental concerns that those that have spoken before me have echoed. Ultimately, it is the working class and marginalized families that are in Las Vegas now that will pay the cost of AJR 10. For these reasons and more, I urge opposition to AJR 10, and I do want to thank the committee for their time. Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 161, please unmute your phone and begin.
Hello, sorry about that. Good evening. My name is Deidre Edmond Drew, DEDRAEDMOND -DREW, CEO of the Jackson Street Alliance, but I'm speaking as a private citizen and as a 60-year-old third-generation native of Las Vegas, Nevada. I personally witnessed the population explosion within the city of Las Vegas and the rise and demise of many sections of town. The further out the new builds go, the worse off the inner city becomes. The master plan communities, the exclusive $1 million neighborhoods built in the cliffs of the mountains, and the luxury gated properties are the ones I've seen built in and around Red Rock, Sunrise, and Lone Mountain. Releasing federal land for the purpose of addressing and stabilizing is something that's written into this plan, and it states that it's for the the easing of the housing crisis, ensuring comprehensive planning and public impact. Sounds great, but realizing that it's the water, the utilities, schools, and existing resources that will be taxed beyond what we can stand. This is very, very concerning. And within the historic West Side, East Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, Old Henderson, and Chinatown areas have multiple infill opportunities. Investing in what's already here is what's needed first. Releasing land to developers, like a new pair of Jordan shoes, is not the solution. Supply and demand are major, major factors, but the decent, livable, affordable housing, to me, is the big pink elephant in the room. Thank you.
Hello, this is Joseph Martinez again. Thank you to the chair and everyone for listening to me for this moment. I would just like to echo the sentiments shared earlier about the concern that we have as Nevada residents, especially myself as a resident in the Summerlin area, that we don't really believe that the outcome of ARJ 10 will be affordable housing. Me specifically, living in the Summerlin area, I have absolutely no trust that private corporations that but they will actually follow through in their in what they say is affordable housing. I look around in the area that I live in and see that I see land being developed for extra golf courses, for expensive, as I said earlier, expensive upper middle class housing. I'm also concerned about the environmental impacts that this may have, as well as I am strongly against this because there's nothing written in protections for residents like us. And so again, I'd like to echo the statement shared by my fellow residents that are opposed to this, and I also thank everyone for your time. Again, thank you.
Hi, hello committee. My name is Bianca Balderas, B-I-A-N-C-A. I am a resident of East Las Vegas. Good afternoon, Senator Orenshaw. It's good to talk to you. I'm under your district. I'm here today because our communities are on the lines of Nevada climate crisis, facing extreme heat, unhealthy air quality, unaffordable housing, and energy bills, unsafe transportation options, and worsening water scarcity. Las Vegas has seen hundreds of heat-related deaths already. The rising temperatures continue to threaten our health, particularly low-income neighborhoods like mine, where air pollution, high energy burdens, and poor transit access hit the hardest. Transportation is the leading source of greenhouse gas emission in Nevada, yet many of us spend a third of our income just to get to work. I just drove 45 minutes to get back home from the job fair I was actually at today, where I could see the need for our community. Water shortages add another layer of urgency. We need, I'm here today to urge you to prioritize the health, safety, and long-term sustainability of our communities as we face the growing impacts and oppose AJR 10. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
please state your name for the record and proceed, sir.
Oh, sorry about that. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Mohammed Bilal, spelled Mohamed and Bilal. I am here as a concerned citizen of Nevada in complete opposition to AJR 10. While this bill sounds good, if passed, it will threaten water safety and threaten public health, and will do the opposite of making housing, well, affordable. It's basically like the worst bill I've ever seen, honestly. I am in complete opposition to it. Please do not let this pass. Thank you for listening.
Hello, members of the committee. My name is David Beltran, Beltran. I'm a lifelong Nevadan, and I'm calling in to oppose AJR 10. It's incredibly irresponsible to open up more land on the hopes that it'll solve our housing crisis. There is nothing that ensures developers will build affordable housing or put people first. Our city is already butting up against the mountains, and we want to build tall and densely, doing infill and building a city that actually works for its citizenry. The east side has notoriously been neglected, but there's plenty of lots in that area that could serve large capacity mixed use housing and benefit our communities out there. Working people's commutes are already being pushed to the max. It takes an upsetting amount of time to cross portions of the city, and I'm gonna crash out if we build out Eugene and increase my commute by another 40 minutes. The public has been left out of decisions about the growth of Las Vegas time and time again.
Now to take your place in the queue.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Brittany Kemp, BRITTANYKEMP, and I serve as the State Organizing Director at Make It Work Nevada. Our mission at Make It Work Nevada is to shift the landscape of our community through advocacy and education to support the long-term health and vitality of Black families. That includes fighting for environmental justice, economic opportunity, and public policies that truly serve the people. That's why we urge you to oppose AJR 10 and the Southern Nevada Economic Development and Conservation Act. This resolution may be framed as economic development, but in reality, it is the blueprint for sprawling, unsustainable growth and will do lasting harm to the communities we serve. AJR 10 would increase water demand by 49 million gallons a day, nearly 1/5 of Nevada's entire Colorado River allocation during a time of historic drought and mandatory cuts that is unacceptable. It would also worsen air quality and urban heat in our inner city communities, where many Black and working class families already suffer disproportionate health burdens. The promise of affordable housing is misleading. Housing pushed to the outer edges of the valley, far from jobs, transit, and schools, is not accessibility, it's isolation. This fails the families who need real solutions. We don't need to expand the urban footprint into fragile desert lands. The RTC has identified nearly 80,000 acres of vacant and underutilized land inside the current SNP LMA boundary, more than enough space to grow responsibly, sustainably, and equitably. Make It Work Nevada believes in smart development that supports the health, dignity, and future of Black families and working families across Southern Nevada. ARJ 10 moves us in the opposite direction. We urge you to please vote no. Thank you for your time.
My name is Ellen Gifford. I moved to Las Vegas in 2019, and I've been completely overwhelmed by all the building of houses and apartment buildings since then. It just goes on and on without stop, and sadly, a majority of the buildings are quite ugly. The traffic has become miserable, and the mountains can't even be seen anymore because of the buildings. I saw Lake Mead recently, and it's so sad to see. Nothing like it was when I used to visit there. Southern Nevada is rapidly losing its beauty and appeal, and that's also sad. I truly oppose AJR 10. Thank you.
Chair, the public line is open and working. There are no more callers at this time.
Thank you very much. I want to thank everyone for their patience. Thank the staff for their patience this late hour. Again, if anyone didn't get a chance to testify or to call in, you can submit testimony in writing to our committee. We will make that part of the record. I believe now we have neutral. Anyone who's neutral on the measure wishes to be heard, Carson City or Las Vegas. Don't see anyone coming forward. Broadcasting, is there anyone on the phone lines in the neutral position on AGR 10 that wishes to be heard?
If you'd like to testify in neutral for AJR 10, please press *9 to take your place in the queue.
Hello, my name is Russell Coleman, RUSSELL KUHLMAN. I'm the Executive Director for the Nevada Wildlife Federation. The lack of affordable housing is an issue in Nevada and throughout the West and must be addressed. However, this resolution must include safeguards to ensure any transfer of public lands to local, state, and private interests is done with a scalpel and not hand grenades. Nevada has shown in the past that broad stakeholder groups can work together to achieve a balanced solution to our expanding human population while protecting our wildlife and public land access. Hopefully, this resolution is not intended to create a pathway for the large-scale public land transfer to private industry. As some have already testified today, they would also support the transfer of all Nevada's public land due to the misinformed belief that the federal government owns our public land. The fact is that the federal government manages our public land and holds them in public trust and does not own them. It should also be noted that any state-owned land must produce a revenue source to help fund local schools. If any state land that would be transferred through a large-scale public land transfer does not generate revenue, Nevada's Constitution allows those lands to be sold to the highest bidder forever, removing the public's access to them. I would like to mention that the Nevada Wildlife Federation supports and applauds the mention of passing the Southern Nevada Economic Development Plan and Conservation Act in this resolution and urges that the Truckee Meadows Public Land Management Act be added as well, because that is another example of how effective stakeholder engagement can result in well thought out planning to address Nevada's needs. Although this resolution mentions the importance of public input, I would suggest including language that ensures all stakeholders, including the public's input, is done during the early stages of planning and not when the finish line is already in sight. Lastly, it should be noted that transferring public lands that lay on the outskirts of urban cities is not the best place for affordable housing and will lead to increased burdens on commuters and our highway infrastructure. This resolution also does not mention the other key ingredient needed to solve Nevada's housing crisis, which is a dependable, long-term access to clean drinking water. Transferring public lands for housing is only one part of the multi-ingredient recipe that would lead to supporting local economic development that provides community resilience as well. Thank you.
If you have recently joined and would like to testify in neutral for AJR 10, please press *9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, the public line is open and working. There are no other callers wishing to testify in neutral at this time.
Thank you very much, Broadcasting. Majority Leader, thank you for your patience. Thank you for presenting Assembly Joint Resolution 10 this evening. Any closing comments you'd like to make?
Yes, Chair, thank you. I know it's late, but I do want to give some closing remarks. And before I give my closing remarks, I want to start by answering a question that you had. You had asked the Housing Authority or the Housing Division about the difference between SNPLMA and the Southern Nevada Development Act. And one of the key components of this lands bill is that it speeds up the process of the transfer from BLM to Nevada. And so again, so we don't have to wait years for this process. So I want to start by thanking.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I want to start by thanking the Chair and the committee for hearing AJR 10. And thank you to my co-presenter, Mr. Maurice Page, for hanging in there with me. The opposition talked about the process, but leads with a false narrative that the land is automatically just transferred for development. They failed to acknowledge the actual process by which the land is transferred. There is, in fact, local government input and public input. There's first the initiation by state or local government. Next, there's BLM evaluation and designation. Third, there's public notice and public consultation. Fourth, there's a negotiation and sale exchange. And 5, finally, the transfer of ownership. It is misleading to say that this is a handout for developers and that if the federal government passes the Clark County Lands Bill, that they will just come in and build. Again, the process begins with the state of Nevada or a local government entity, including a public housing authorities, submitting nominations for pieces of land that then goes through many steps. The opposition also forgets that BLM owns land in the middle of counties and in the middle of cities. In my district alone, there is BLM lots in the middle of suburban communities that could be used to build housing communities right next to transportation, right next to schools, right next to restaurants and grocery stores. So yes, there will be little sprawl, but there will also be infill development on BLM land close to vital services that residents need. You heard the opposition say this won't help lower costs. That is false. It will. The transfer of land from BLM is done at a nominal cost, and having more land alone to develop will help with the cost of land. Land is the most expensive component of the capital stack when developing, and guess what? Those costs get passed down to the consumers. It is also false to say this would not help with affordable housing. The Lands Bill can designate certain areas for development, which local authorities can use for affordable housing projects. By streamlining land use processes, it facilitates a quicker development approval process, potentially reducing the cost of these affordable housing developments. I would like to give just one example. Ovation is building a project that's set to be completed in June 2025 right outside of my district, at Pebble and Eastern. It's an affordable housing project but for the public land secured through SNPLMA, this project would not have happened. This project consists of 195 affordable units for households with 30, 50, and 60% below area median income. And it guarantees that these units stay affordable for 30 years. It took 5 years for this land to transfer from the BLM. This new act will streamline the process that allows for these types of affordable housing developments to happen and to happen faster. Housing has long been a second priority, but we do not have that luxury anymore. Housing must be our priority right now. For my constituents and for many of yours, this crisis is about affordability and housing. AJR 10 is just one tool to assist with our housing needs, a tool that urges Congress to pass the Southern Nevada Economic Development and Conservation Act. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Thank you for presenting AJR 10 this evening. Sorry about the lateness of the hour. Thank you very much for your patience in presenting the bill. Please go ahead. Mr. Page, did you have any closing comments you wanted to make? Thank you for your patience as well from the Nevada Housing Coalition.
No, thank you very much. I appreciate the time today.
Thank you very much. With that, we will now close the hearing on AJR 10. And I saw Assemblymember De Silva. Thank you for your patience, Assemblymember De Silva. We'll open the hearing on AJR 11. Would the committee rather take a break or go what's the? Keep going. Okay. All right. Now take. All right. We'll keep going then. And there's some pizza in the office if anybody wants to get a bite before they leave. Thank you for joining us, Assemblymember De Silva. Whoever would like to begin, appreciate your patience and all your co-presenters.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Ruben De Silva, and I'm proud to introduce to you today AJR 11, which highlights the importance of the Protecting the Right to Organize Act, or the PRO Act, a vital piece of federal legislation aimed at strengthening labor rights and ensuring economic fairness for all workers. Today I have presenting alongside me Susie Martinez, the Executive Director of the Nevada AFL-CIO, and Mr. Saltero, who will be representing the IATSE, AFSCME, and many other labor organizations here in our state. And we also have Mr. Brad Combs, a labor lawyer who's joining us by Zoom, who's be serving as the counsel to the AFL-CIO. So why does the PRO Act matter? For far too long, workers across America have faced unnecessary obstacles when seeking to organize and advocate for better wages and working conditions. Outdated labor laws, employer intimidation, and loopholes that weaken unions have left too many without a real voice in the workplace. The PRO Act addresses these issues by reinforcing the fundamental rights of workers to unionize and collectively bargain without fear of retaliation. A very important premise to remember today, of all days, on May 1st, May Day. This PRO Act introduces several critical reforms. Protecting the right to organize. It prevents employers from interfering in union elections and ensures workers can freely choose to unionize. 2, it closes legal loopholes. It stops corporations from misclassifying workers as independent contractors to deny benefits and protections. 3, it holds employers accountable. It strengthens penalties for companies that violate workers' rights, ensuring that anti-union tactics come with real consequences. And 4, it repeals right-to-work laws. These laws weaken unions by allowing workers to receive union benefits without paying dues, undermining collective bargaining strength. And at this time, Chair, I want to pass it over to Susie Martinez from the AFL.
Good evening. It's good to see you, Secretary Treasurer Martinez, my former Assembly member, and thank you for joining us. Thanks for your patience this evening.
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator Orenshaw, my favorite senator. No offense to everybody else, but I am his constituent. So thank you so much for letting us present here. My name is, for the record, my name is Susie Martinez. I am the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Nevada State AFL-CIO. And as the head of the Nevada State AFL-CIO, I represent over 120 unions and more than 150,000 members across Nevada, including those from a diverse range of industries such as the building and construction trades, the service industry, and public employee sectors, and many more. We are here today in strong support for AJR 11, which urges Congress to pass the Protecting the Right to Organize Act, also known as the PRO Act. This is a critical piece of legislation that will ensure fairness, justice, and opportunity for working people across our state and nation. The PRO Act is not just a labor issue, it's an issue of economic fairness, worker rights, and strengthening our democracy. Nevada is and always has been a union state. From the mines in the early 1900s to modern-day construction sites, the hospitality industry that keeps Nevada running, and the public sector workforce with public servants who do the hard work every single day to keep our government functioning. Beyond these industries, unions also represent workers in healthcare, ensuring that nurses, technicians, and medical staff have the protections that they need to provide quality care. They advocate for teachers and educators, securing fair pay and better working conditions in our schools. Additionally, unions support workers in transportation, manufacturing, retail, the service sector, fighting for workers' rights, fair benefits, and workplace safety across a wide range of industries. These collective efforts have made Nevada a stronger, fairer, and more prosperous state for all of its residents. The labor movement has never just been about union members. It has been about setting the standard for all working people. Unions have helped raise standards across entire industries, benefiting all workers by improving wages, ensuring better health and safety standards, and promoting workplace equality. These gains contribute to a more prosperous workforce, reducing income inequality and improving the overall quality of life for all workers, whether they are in a union or not. The PRO Act builds on this legacy by ensuring that all working people continue to have the rights, protections, and opportunities that they deserve, helping to create a fairer, more equitable workforce for everyone. The Nevada State AFL-CIO would like to thank Assemblyman Ruben De Silva for always fighting to improve the lives of Nevada working families, and we urge the committee to stand with the hardworking men and women of the state of Nevada by passing AJR 11. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Randy Soltero. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary Treasurer Martinez. And Mr. Soltero, good evening. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, Senator Orenshaw, members of the committee. For the record, Randy Soltero. I just wanted to highlight a couple of studies and statistics that are supporting the PRO Act. You will be getting a copy of this information. I'm just going to briefly be going over a couple of these that we'd like to highlight. One of those, reducing worker misclassification. This was a study done by the National Employment Law Project. One of the statistics that the PRO Act would make it harder for employers to misclassify workers, impacting nearly 30% of the gig economy workforce. I know that we passed, you passed legislation recently in the last couple of sessions that dealt with worker misclassification, and it was passed and put into law by this body. Another a key study, improving worker safety. This was done by the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA. The statistic is union workers are 50% likely to suffer work-related injuries than non-union workers, according to the AFL-CIO report. Those are because of the requirements now for OSHA 10 and OSHA 30 safety training, which has drastically reduced work site injuries, but also for business. It has reduced the amount of cost for workers' compensation costs for those businesses. So works in a lot of different places. The last one I'll highlight is for economic inequality and income distribution, a study that was done by the Center for Economic and Policy Research. The statistic, the median wage for unionized workers is approximately $1,100 per week compared to $900 per week for non-union workers. Again, you will be getting a copy of, there's many other studies that are highlighted in this document that I have. We're going to be happy to provide this for you in your packet if you don't already have that. And thank you so much. And are we ready for questions? Ready for questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Soltero. And Assembly Member, the witness on Zoom, do you want me to? No. Oh, okay. Well, appreciate the presentation. Members, any questions for our presenters? No, I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you very much for the presentation. Like to sit back, then we'll open it up for testimony and support. Anyone who'd like to speak in support of Assembly Joint Resolution 11, either here in Carson City or down in Las Vegas, please come forward, state your name for the record, and proceed.
Thank you, Chair and Committee. I am Brian Wallace, a middle school teacher here in Carson City, and the Vice President of the Nevada State Education Association, who has been representing educators and our support staff for 125 years in all 17 counties. NSCA is an affiliate of the National Education Association, the largest union within the United States. The NEA has always advocated for strong labor rights, collective bargaining protections for workers, including our educators and our support staff. And we are a strong supporter of the PRO Act. I encourage you to take the time to read the memo that we have submitted. I would also like to ditto the presentation and thank the Assembly member and the presenters for the resolution. We ask that you support AJR 11. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Good evening. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
For the record, my name is Alfonso Lopez. I represent the sheet metal and aerial transportation workers. Good evening, Mr. Orenshaw and committee members. I'm here in full support of this PRO Act, AJR 11, so hopefully we can count on your support as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Lopez. I don't see anyone else in support in Carson City or Las Vegas, so broadcasting, if we can go to the phone lines for testimony in support of Assembly Joint Resolution 11.
If you'd like to testify in support of AJR 11, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Russ James, RUSSJAMES, with the Nevada AFL-CIO. I strongly support Assembly Joint Resolution 11. Urge the committee to strongly support it as well. Thanks.
Good evening, Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Liz Sorensen with the Nevada State AFL-CIO, and I am in full support of AJR 11, and I hope the committee does the same. Thank you.
Chair Orenshaw, I appreciate your time and your commitment also to the committee. This is Aisha Goins, AESHA-GOINS. I'm calling on behalf of SEIU 1107. By passing AJR 1, AJR 11, Nevada can send a powerful message to Congress that we stand with working families and that we believe in the fundamental American right to collective bargain for a better future. I urge you to be in favor of this resolution. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Gary Watson. I'm the Principal Officer of Teamsters Local 533 in Northern Nevada. I strongly urge the committee to support AJR 11. Thank you very much.
If you have recently joined and would like to testify in opposition to AJR 11, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Caller with the phone number ending in 348, please unmute yourself and begin. Caller.
Good afternoon.
There you go.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Chair. I'm speaking in support of the bill. Am I too late for that?
No, please go ahead. Please state your name for the record and proceed, sir.
Okay. For the record, my name is Clarence F. McCarthy, CLARENCE-MCCARTHY. I'm a union member and of local branch 709 letter carriers, and I urge the committee to strongly urge the committee to support AGR 11. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Sabina Malik for the record, M-A-L-I-K, and I am in support of this act, in support of unions and organizing, which is the most American thing that you can do. Thank you.
Paul Peterman, National Association of Letter Carriers, Branch 2502, Las Vegas, Nevada. Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. I also strongly urge the committee to support AJR 11. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Catherine Ivanov, I-V-A-N-O Frank. Nevada is a union state. We have one of the strongest unions. I am in support of the bill. I'm also in support of the right to work. So we need to figure out to get the best of both bills and make it work. But thank you for being very flexible. And I don't know what's really wrong with the phones today. It's really hard to know if you're on the phone or not. Other times it's easier. Thank you. Have a lovely evening.
Hello, this is Joseph Martinez again. I apologize earlier about my issue with the phone. I'm actually currently at work right now. I work as a delivery driver for a DSP contracted with Amazon, and I'm strongly in support of AJR 11. I'll just ditto and echo the sentiments and feelings of the people before me. Amazon specifically has been very, very harsh towards people who want to organize and unionize. And so I'm grateful for the support of not just my fellow coworkers here in the Las Vegas area, but also for those employed outside who have helped me gain back some control and some freedom and autonomy at my workplace. Thank you.
Chair, the public line is open and working, and there are no more callers in support at this time.
Thank you very much. And again, I want to remind anyone, if they didn't get the chance to testify, either in Carson City or Las Vegas or via telephone, they can submit written testimony to our committee via email, fax, or U.S. mail. We will make that part of the record. I'd like to now go to opposition. Anyone who's opposed to Assembly Joint Resolution 11, I'll start here in Carson City. And then I don't see anyone in Vegas, but we'll see if anybody shows up there. And then we'll go to the phone lines. Good evening. Thanks for your patience tonight. Whoever would like to begin, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I am Mac Bybee representing the Associated Builders and Contractors. We have concerns with the PRO Act. One, just a few of these is it would require self-employed individuals to become employees because of the reclassification of the millions of independent contractors across the country. It would make union membership mandatory in many industries. It would force employees and employers into a one-size-fits-all system. The reality is that there's no barriers to unionization or organizing. There certainly are rules that are set forth in the National Labor Relations Act. But in my experience, the ability to unionize or someone to choose to join a union is not obstructed. It is actually a choice that the employee should be able to make. It shouldn't be forced upon anybody. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name for the record and begin.
Good evening, Chair, members of the committee. Paul Moratkin with the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber is opposed to AJR 11, but for the record, the reason the Chamber is opposed is at a federal level, this is one of the greatest concerns from the business community about the PRO Act if it moved forward at the congressional level. But specifically from the Nevada perspective of the business community, we believe that this bill would harm small businesses, would ban right-to-work states, which Nevada has been since 1953, which was an initiative passed by the people, has failed multiple times over the years to revoke that status. We're also concerned about worker privacy, freedom of choice, and this bill would also, if passed at the federal level, would allow secondary boycotts and strikes. So for some of those reasons why the Chamber is opposed, and we urge your opposition to this bill, resolution tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm not seeing anyone else in opposition in Carson City or Las Vegas, broadcasting anyone on the phone lines in opposition to AJR 11.
If you'd like to testify in opposition to AJR 11, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, the public line is open and working. There are no callers wishing to testify in opposition at this time.
Thank you, broadcasting. Anyone who's neutral on the measure wishes to be heard in Carson City. There's no one on the lines, then we'll come back here. Any closing comments, Assembly Member, Secretary Treasurer? Thank you very much for your patience and for presenting the bill at this late hour.
Thank you, Chair.
I had a couple of.
I'm Ruben De Silva for the record. I just have very brief comments, and then I want to take it, send it over to Brad, and then finally to close this out, our executive director here and secretary treasurer of the AFL-CIO, Ms. Susie Martinez. And again, this piece of legislation is one of the most significant federal pieces of labor legislation since the 1930s, since the Fair Labor Standards Act. It is a considerable step forward when it comes to the right to organize and when it comes to protecting workers in the workplace and allowing for access to the economy and justice in the workplace. So I hope you consider take a good look at this bill and consider passing it from this committee. With that said, I just want to bunt it over to Brad.
Thank you. Just a few things that I wanted to make sure got out there that weren't mentioned. One of the important things that this law would do if the PRO Act was passed is provide a private right of action for individuals who are harmed in provisions within the NLRA. Why that's important is the NLRB can change based on administration to administration, what they're doing to enforce the law, what they're doing to make sure workers their rights aren't being violated. And so by providing a private right of action that would allow people to sue in federal district court to go after these employees who break the law. So that's going to give them more flexibility to actually ensure that these employers aren't breaking the law. Another thing it allows is civil penalties against employers that break the law. Currently, the NLRB is more designed to make the employee whole, to prevent them from further breaking the law, but doesn't necessarily provide any sort of punishment for the company when they break the law. And I guess the only other thing I would add that I think is important as well is, I think we all agree that free choice is important for employees to decide, whether or not they want to be represented by a union. And what this bill does is it prohibits these captive audience meetings that an employer might have, where they kind of make it a condition of your employment that you then listen to this a kind of meeting where they go over why you shouldn't join the union. It is coercive, and I think this will go a long way to actually improving choice. So thank you, and I appreciate being able to speak today.
Well, thank you very much, sir. And do you mind stating your name and spelling it for the record, for our transcript?
Of course, Bradley Combs, COMBS, one of the counsel for the Nevada State AFL-CIO. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Combs. Secretary Treasurer, thank you very much for closing us out.
Thank you so very much again, Senator Orenshaw. Just wanted to thank the committee for hearing our bill. This is very, very important to working families, because when working families are doing well, our communities do well, right? So this not only will just help families, it helps our community and does so much more. So again, thank you very much for hearing our bill, and we thank you for the privilege of your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your patience for the late hour. Thank you, Secretary Treasurer. Thank you, Assembly Member, Mr. Combs, Mr. Saltero, everybody who wanted to testify on AJR 11. With that, I'd like to close the hearing on AJR 11. The last item on our agenda is public comment. If there's anyone who wishes to make public comment, either here in Carson City or down in Las Vegas at the hearing room, please come forward. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone come forward in Carson City or the Las Vegas hearing room. So broadcasting, is there anyone on the phone lines who wishes to make public comment?
If you'd like to make public comment, please press *9 to take your place in the queue.
Is this public comment? I apologize. It's been problems.
Yes, we're in public comment. If you'd please state your name for the record and proceed.
Yes, Katrin Ivanov. I wanted to make a small correction on AJR 10. I testified in support, but after listening to the opposition part, I wanted to move my support from support to opposition, because the intent of the bill was good. But for some reason with the phones, I was putting my hand up. It didn't allow me. I would put my hand up also on the neutral. If I could at least move it to neutral, it didn't allow me. And maybe make a suggestion when you guys presenting bills, because let's face it, you have over 1,200 bills and it's not possible for a person to read all of them. So most of the time I testify on views that I know what they're about. However, this time I was here for a different view, and I just had the time to stay and listen. I like the presentation, but never thought of the unintended consequences and about the things that actually the opposition presented. Maybe in the future, when you guys present views, there should be equal amount of time given to someone in opposition, so people that didn't have time to read the view can hear both sides of the story and conclude a decision that way. But I just want to say thank you to whoever was the chair this time around. He allowed all the people to say their opinions, which I've been testifying a lot lately, and I have not heard people to be able to, all the people, not just 30 minutes this, 30 minutes that, all the people were allowed to speak, and a lot of the people were allowed to speak more than 2 minutes, which I also commend the chair for that, even though it's been getting too late. So with that, I just want to say thank you for acknowledging the public. I felt respected today as a public member and a voter. Thank you, and have a lovely evening. Most likely, I will talk to you tomorrow if I'm not that busy. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. We will we'll notate for the record that you're in opposition to the AJR 11. Thank you. Broadcasting, anyone else for public comment?
Thank you, Chair. The public line is open and working, and there are no other callers at this time.
All right. Well, I want to thank the staff for staying so late and your yo person's work here. We used to call it yeoman's work, but really dedication to our legislative process. Did not expect the hearing to go so late. I thought we'd be done by 6 with 5 bills, and we had all this time on 4. So thanks everyone for their patience. There is some pizza in my office. If anyone hasn't had a chance to get a bite to eat, please feel free. And then we are going to have a meeting tomorrow at the call of the chair. We are hoping to hear number of bills tomorrow. We're hoping to meet in the morning upon the adjournment of Senate Finance and Senate Commerce and Labor. So I will try to send out an email as soon as we see those committees have adjourned, and we'll try to move as quickly as we can tomorrow. And I appreciate everyone's flexibility, and we've had to change some schedules, add things, remove things, just because we've got so little time left. We're trying to get a lot of bills from the Assembly, so appreciate everyone's flexibility. Thanks everyone. We are adjourned.